Good afternoon. This is the Joint Fiscal Committee on Thursday, July 31st. This is our first meeting of the off session. It's remarkably cold in this room, and we have a very tight agenda in front of us. It is not just you, Teresa. So big picture today, we have, and I promise I won't do this at every meeting, but I'm doing it at this one. So we have sort of our standard revenue forecast and then an opportunity to talk about the impacts of the federal reconciliation bill and its impacts on Vermont and what, how we want to sort of frame some of our work on it going forward. And then we also have sort of the standard summer work of the Joint Fiscal Committee, which is, you know, checking in on things that were set up in the budget bill or otherwise for us to have some measure of accountability during the off session. And so because the agenda is packed with sort of both deeper work and very big picture work, we're going to need to move fairly efficiently through agenda items. I know I sent an email about it, but it was in an effort to try to keep us focused. There are some agenda items that, because they're updates in a process and not the final pieces of a process, we've moved it to just a Q&A. And so if no one has a question, we're going to move on, and with an acknowledgement that we've all sort of read the materials ourselves. And then we'll have opportunity at our likely September meeting, though possibly an August meeting. We haven't decided that yet. I think that is the extent of my housekeeping. And we need to, the first motion is to call to order and approve the minutes. Does anyone have anything they want to discuss about the minutes before that happens?
I will do it. Approve the minutes.
Thank you so much. Representative Harrison moves that we approve the minutes. Any?
I'll second.
Thank you. I don't think we need a second necessarily. But which is what? Seconded anyway. Anyone have anything they want to add on that? Any discussions? Great. Seeing no discussion, if the clerk could please call the roll. That would be you, Senator Beck.
Yes. I don't know that we need a roll call.
We don't need a roll call on that?
No. I
Great.
Just say all those.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I do believe we passed that unanimously. Thank you. So we are now.
Can I just ask a question? I don't see it on the agenda, but hopefully we'll get, or maybe I just missed it. Will we get to future meeting? We've been holding a bunch of dates. Okay, I just want to make sure, because I might need to release some of those dates if we're not.
Want to get through this whole meeting and
Yeah.
understand if there are action steps from this meeting. And so basically probably by tomorrow, we'll decide about August releases and September. But thank you for holding all of them until now.
Okay.
Administrative fiscal update. Adam, I saw you walk in and I don't see you. There you are. Hello, welcome. Whatever feels more comfortable for you. And I'm gonna let you get through each item and then we'll ask questions.
Okay. Afternoon, everyone. Delighted to see you again after so short a period of vacation. So you received fiscal year-end 25 fiscal year-end operating statements, which represent the closeout documents for our three major funds: the Transportation Fund, the Education Fund, and the General Fund. I'll say that closeout was done with little fanfare with two of the funds, the General Fund, the Transportation Fund, and small, what I would call very small fanfare with the Education Fund. So in general, I think we're in very good shape financially for all three of them. For the General Fund, we ended the year with about a $257 million operating surplus. About 137 million of that was anticipated. You knew it from a revenue upgrade in January. You appropriated it in the fiscal 26 budget. so as to be carried forward from 25 into 26 and put to work. The remaining 120 million or so was not anticipated. That was from additional revenue coming in over forecast. So that adds to 257 million. That 120 million that was unanticipated, we carry that forward into 26, and that will almost exact, in fact, a little more than your 118 million of contingency appropriations that you put into the big bill. So that hits the contingency appropriation and leaves about $2 million in excess. That will roll into the statutory waterfall. Half of it will go to the balance reserve. The other half will be divided between the state employees pension fund and the state teachers enhanced benefit fund. So that's how that will be handled. Anyway, I would say that's a very comfortable close for the general fund. We're adding a little bit to our reserves, adding a little bit to pensions too. The transportation fund is, closed with really no hiccups. I mean, they're dealing with, the ongoing process of constrained revenue environment, which Senator Westman, among others, has addressed on regular occasions, but they closed as anticipated. And finally, with the education fund, we just had two minor issues. The first one I look at as a terrific dose of humanity, and that is that in the end of fiscal 24, they set up a temporary reserve, a tax offset reserve of $13 million, and it was using some surplus money to help offset taxes, not immediately, but in the following fiscal year. The humanity part of it is it was never unreserved. You have to unreserve a reserve in order to use it. So our operating statement reflects it's still reserved, which is current law. However, it's really not a big deal. That can be unreserved in the budget adjustment or in technical corrections and the like. But the taxes that were set reflect $13 million of unavailable revenue. That will be changed, I expect, in this coming fiscal year.
I think we can carry.
The other issue is also, I think, will end up being minor, but that is that you have estimates as for property tax payments from municipalities, and when we added up all the numbers, we were slightly shy of what we thought they would be. And there too, that took a little bit of time to kind of figure out, but we're reasonably certain that that came from a couple of towns that had remitted their taxes as they should, but it was never recorded in Vision. And our statewide accounting system, Vision, you could say it's kind of a garbage in, garbage out mentality. If you don't put the numbers in the system, it doesn't reflect it. So our Schedule 2s at the end of the year are reflecting actuals, which do not reflect these additional payments. Those two will be put in fiscal 26 as prior year adjustments, and everything will roll together handsomely. So anyway, and there too, the education fund is in fine shape. The only other thing that you had wanted me to address is the unencumbered balance transfers. There really, I would say that you make estimates in the budget of what sweeps will be in certain funds, and you ask me to report what they actually are. For unclaimed property, the amount came in about 1.8 million below what the estimate was in the budget. But as it turns out, because we had extra revenue, that's not as big a deal. One thing I did want to point out is you'll notice that we swept nothing from the Attorney General. That was a $2 million projected sweep. And typically we sweep $2 million from their fees and reimbursements fund. This year, we did not sweep that money. They had spoken to us earlier about coming to us with a budget ask this fiscal year, and then coming to you guys with the same. It turns out that they have some needs. And so we thought it would be better to leave it with them. They've got a Medicaid fraud and abuse unit that's typically self-funded, combination of federal and state funds. That's been falling short of what they do need. They were going to ask for additional general fund They also have the annual cost of a new case management system that is going to require some funds. And there was a small loss of federal funds for the domestic violence and firearms work that they do. So we thought we would leave the money in their special fund, and that's something that you guys can reverse if you like in budget time, but we think it was well spent there. And again, we didn't need the extra money for closeout. And then the final thing you asked me to report on is the cannabis regulation fund. This year, you made estimates as to what the take would be. Turns out that they came in about $1 million in excess. So that will flow in the following fiscal year, which is this year, fiscal 26. 70% or roughly $700,000 will be available that you did not anticipate in the general fund, and about $300,000 will be available in the substance use and prevention fund. So that's, I guess, good news. I went pretty quickly. There were a lot of details there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks.
Yeah, just a quick question on the $10 million that was embedded within H91.
Yes,
And is that also considered within the unencumbered dollars in the
Yes.
general fund?
that's right. That what dropped to the bottom line of the general fund and was part of the.
And are there any, does the administration have any plans for those funds?
I'm sure we do.
I'm sure you do.
And that might be a conversation I haven't had with Jeff here.
And I don't know the answer to this, but I'm gonna ask it. Sure. I'm familiar with the AG's transfer, typically $2 million of what we budget from there.
Too, yeah.
In some years, it's, they've had settlements and it's more than that. Keeping that money there, do they have the spending authority to use it, or is that something they need to come back at BAA time?
That's right.
Okay,
The latter.
okay.
The money's there. They don't have the spending authority, but
That's what I thought, but I just, okay. So you could have swept it and then put it back, but that's fine. It's parked there for now. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it.
No, actually,
You can stay.
So my better
Nice
half.
of you. Thank you. Floor's yours.
Madam Chair. For the record, Douglas Farnham, Chief Recovery Officer, reporting on behalf of the Agency of Administration. So on a quarterly basis, the Agency of Administration is directed by Act 27, 2025 to report on the status of American Rescue Plan Act State Fiscal Recovery Funds. So that was the 1.049 billion that was received back in 2021. At this point in time, through June 30th, so through the end of last month, we've exceeded 900 million in appropriations. And I was able to transmit at the very last minute, I don't know if it's made it way to you, but a one-pager that you'll be able to reference later that has some of this information. Yes, good, thank you. And I will be following up with the detailed spreadsheets, share those with Joint Fiscal Office that show every program's appropriations. But the actual federal reports are due today. So we've been making sure those are accurate and complete, and I still have to certify the annual report when I come back from testimony this afternoon. So we do want to make sure that everything's accurate before we release the detail. But for the broad strokes, out of the 109 appropriations that were created, 58 of those appropriations are fully expended. So from a program count, we're roughly halfway there. 51 of those appropriations remaining with a balance, and some of those balances are extremely small, and some of them are rather large. There's 148.5 million remaining. So we have 18 months left to spend $148.5 million. The burn rate in the last quarter was a little over 14 million. So if that at a macro level continued in a linear way, we would fully expend, but it's of course nowhere near that simple. Some of these programs are on a path to expend and finish expending early, and some of them have less ideal trajectories that we're going to have to monitor. So the way that's playing out, about a third of the money is in our broadband and VHCB programs, and their burn rates, their track record over the last couple of years has shown they're moving the money they've got projects lined up. That money, I'm confident, will be expended in advance of the deadline. The next 50 million is in a handful of larger programs, and those we are keeping a very close eye on, continuing to work with those programs to see if there's anything we can do to move that forward. Some of them are having milestones hit this fall that we hope will push forward the expenditures and get us a little bit closer to back on track. But with any financial tracking, I'll believe it when I see it, right? When it's actually reported and when it's done. So we are watching for the reports that come in this fall and winter and watching those closely. We are still able to, through the process established in Act 113 of 2024, the administration can propose reallocations between ARPA programs with the approval of this committee. So we do have a means of shifting that money around. And I would anticipate we're starting to hear about programs that are getting close to wrapping up and will have remaining balances. That is just starting to make its way to us. So I think that a good portion of that may be able to be included in the 2026, losing track of the years, 2026 legislative session. And then if we have anything that happens after the session, then we'd still have that joint fiscal committee process to handle any last minute shifts in money. Obviously wanting to avoid last minute shifts in money, but primarily between May timeframe and September timeframe, and then hopefully not having anything change in the last 3 months, and we're just reconciling and closing out those final programs. But with just over $1 billion, even the remainders of programs can be financially significant. And we have seen in Treasury's administration of several of their pandemic era programs, the current Treasury administration is rather aggressive on demands for repayment. It's not necessarily a conversation. If they identify an issue, there is a demand to pay. They've demonstrated that with Massachusetts, New York, some other states very recently, where as soon as an issue is identified, there's a demand to pay with interest accrual if you don't pay within 30 days. So we anticipate, I'm doing everything I can to stay off of anyone's radar and make sure that the reports are clean, complete, and filed ahead of time. And so far, I think we're doing a good job of that. And we also have it going for us that, you know, some of those other states have much, much larger dollar amounts than the state of Vermont does. So, and then the last roughly third of the money, and it's coincidence that it roughly breaks out this way, is kind of distributed around in roughly 40 programs, you know, smaller balances. Some of those small balances are still actually a large portion of the program, and some of them are a remainder of the program. So in some cases, it's problematic, and some it's not. And that's the analysis I want to do with my team over the next couple of weeks, and we can send you a little bit more comprehensive information. In addition to the line item details, so that you can ask questions on any programs that you'd like. In Act 113 of 2024, there was also a little over $240 million of ARPA that was applied to payroll and revenue replacement usages. And then the programs were moved back to continue the legislatively created programs from 21 and 22. And that we have expected with the current federal pressures and with the priority still being on spend your ARPA state fiscal recovery first. We are seeing a slower burn rate in that area with $12 million out of that expended in the quarter, and just over 207 million remaining to be expended. So there's still quite a bit of money there, but obviously it's general fund. And there is a reversion deadline on that of 12/31/2027. But I would also say that it is general fund now, and legislative decisions don't have the same constraints or ramifications that they do when you're talking about just changing a federal program, right? Those are primarily general fund programs now. So overall, we're still going at a pretty good pace. Some of the things I've been worried about over the last year, and I've shared with the committee, haven't gone away at this point. They haven't gotten worse. And as we get closer to that 100 million and less than 100 million, I think it'll be easier to cure the remaining issues that we may have within the portfolio through the reallocation process. And so I think we are on trajectory to be in a very solvable place well in advance of the December 31st timeline. And that's what I had prepared for today, Madam Chair. Happy to
Thank
field
you.
any questions.
I found the document you were referring to, so it appears as though someplace between 50 and $100 million, you might be seeking to reallocate to other uses. And I'm just wondering, at what point do you think that you'll be ready to, make those recommendations?
I think that there may be a handful of those situations that are ready to be addressed within the regular budgeting or budgeting adjustment. Probably, there's not a, because we have we have until 12/31/2026. I do think we'd be able to handle those conversations during the budgeting process.
With sufficient time after that process winds its way through, to expend those funds in the newly allocated areas?
Yes, and I would primarily say that because Treasury at this point only allows ARPA state fiscal recovery to be reallocated to existing obligations within that portfolio. But one of the obligations that we created within our ARPA state fiscal recovery portfolio was our payroll obligations for 25 and 26. When we did transfers back in 2024, we did not try to proactively pay for any payroll in 25 or 26. So that's still a source of reallocation that then the legislature could either choose to restore the program that the money came from, or to send the general fund that was created by that payroll swap to a different location. I think a lot of it depends on just the priority of the program and the current environment. I think the ARPA portfolio was constructed very well, has a lot of water investments, housing, climate investments. So they're good investments, but I think the General Assembly would have the opportunity to reevaluate that in the current context. So anything we bring as a reallocation, we being the administration, we would have a proposal on how we think it would best be used, but I think it would benefit from the full legislative process because the timing will work out and we'd have plenty of time to make the adjustments.
Thank you very much for your time and look forward to the update in a couple of weeks. Yeah, thanks for all your work.
Madam Chair, I just had one question before he goes.
So sorry, Representative Kimball. I'm not looking up at the screen very well.
All right. So Doug, is it safe to assume that there is $100 million potentially at risk if they can't be reallocated within the time frame you were talking about?
No, I apologize for my language. The three broad categories that I outlined by reviewing the data that was sent to me last night, that is the three big buckets. Within that, they're still burning, they're still spending that money. So the amount at risk is significantly lower than that. That's the amount outstanding at this point with 18 months to go. So we have to update our projections to see, okay, if we were to do our projections, where would those programs likely come in? But it will be significantly less than that 100 million. It will be, I would think, at the most more in the $10 to $20 million range. And even that, some of the programs we've discussed, they do have program plans that show a big spike in expenditure after October. And that's where, you know, we kind of take the program's word for it, but we also watch them very closely and we're going to follow up. So I think, I don't think, I would be surprised if reallocations at this point, because we already did over $20 million of reallocations last year. I'd be surprised if they exceeded 20 million again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next. Thank you. Oh, there you are, Nolan. I can't. A lot of blind spots in this room. Thanks for joining us.
Morning.
Morning. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, Nolan Langwell, Fiscal Office. I'm here to just talk about the Medicaid year-end report. It's a consensus report done by Joint Fiscal Office and the Agency of Human Services. We present it to the E-Board every July. So these are just some of the highlights of that report. So total Medicaid and Medicaid-related expenditures for fiscal year 25, total 2.45 billion. That's a 5.4% increase over fiscal year 24. Overall administration was around 7%, which is consistent with previous fiscal years. AHS will carry forward 12.6 million of unexpended general fund for fiscal year 26. At E-Board earlier, Senator Kirchlich had asked me if this was consistent with previous years, and at the time I didn't have the answer. I do now. I checked in with him after the meeting, but I wanted to say it for the record. Last year, the carry forward was 3.7 in 20. The year before that, it was 12.6. The year before that, it was actually 46 million, but half of that was for the last quarter of the enhanced FMAP, 6.2% carried forward. So just to say that all on the record. Caseloads and for fiscal year 25 tracked very close to our projections. The post-pandemic trend of decreases in enrollment continues, and actually almost every eligibility group. Overall enrollment in Medicaid as a primary source decreased by roughly 12,000 people. That's 8%. The biggest decrease was in the childless new adult group. That was 6,000 people. This is a sidebar on this is the expansion population. These are the folks that we get the 90-10 match on. But also not surprisingly, it's also one of our largest eligibility groups. So the number of people receiving cost sharing reductions for the Vermont Health Connect also decreased by 30%. That was 900 people. The groups that saw enrollment increases were CHIP. They saw an 18% increase, and that's 817 kids. And then our aged blind and disabled group saw a more modest 4% increase of about 286. We also report on healthcare revenues. These are the cigarette and tobacco taxes, the healthcare claims tax, the employer assessment, and the provider tax. These all go into the general fund. They have gone into the general fund since 2019. However, we still report on them as these healthcare revenues. Overall, those were $1.1 million over our projections. Overall, these increased 7% over last year. Not surprisingly, this was driven mostly by the hospital provider tax, which is our largest revenue in this category, and that was an increase of $20 million for a total of $212 million. The claims assessment came in on target, and cigarette and tobacco came in slightly above. So looking ahead, first, the good news. The good news is that our FMAP is once again expecting to move in a positive direction. This is the third year in a row. This will be roughly $15 to $16 million to the good. As you know, this is cyclical. Some years we do better, some years we do worse. Unfortunately, according to FFIS, they're anticipating that next year and the year after, FMAP will probably go back down again. On the bad news side, as you know, the federal reconciliation bill includes a lot of provisions that will significantly impact Vermont. I'm not going to go into this like I did in the E-Board because Jen and I are going to cover this in a little while. So other than say that the executive branch and the legislative branch will continue to follow this closely. That's all I have.
So I just have a specific question on the choices for care closeout. And it might not be one that you're able to answer, so I think Commissioner Bowen's gonna be around here at some point in time, but I'm just, there's,
Representative, can you speak up a lot?
Yeah,
The white noise is
yeah,
very high.
sorry.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever accused me of not speaking.
I know, I don't think I'm speaking up myself.
Right, gonna have to make note of that one. So there's 9.6 million in choices for care to go out to 3 specific nursing facilities. Do you know what those expenses are about?
I don't. I would have to defer to AHS on that. I had asked for someone from AHS to be in the room to answer these questions if they come up. I don't see anybody from AHS, so I'll have to defer to them.
Okay. All right, I will ask Commissioner Bowen, who I think will be here at some point in time.
Okay,
All right.
apologies.
Thank you. And then my other specific one is about the, and this may be an AHS thing, it's about the GC closeout adjustments in the Department of Health, it looks like there's a substantial chunk of money, being converted from, GC to general fund. I'm presuming because it was not spent in GC.
Yeah.
And being transferred out of substance use services. And so I guess I'm registering concern about that, and wondering, really if you have any specifics that were provided to you, around that.
They were not provided to me. Again, a great question. I wish someone from AHS were here to answer that more specifically.
Okay,
You know, the Medicaid year end.
okay,
Yeah.
I figured it. Thought I'd
Apologies, I wish I had the answer.
want to have it on the record as something that is a concern for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Nolan. Mr. Cavett, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good to see you all.
Good to see you.
I know some of you have been through this at least once. So I'll do
Yeah, if we
something
could
very
just do
brief,
like a
maybe.
very, very
And
high
then-
level. Yeah.
Do Q&A and things like that would be best, yeah. So this revenue update is relatively minor in magnitude and scale. And that's perhaps somewhat surprising, given the wild gyrations in markets and the economy and lots of things over the last 6 months. But there's a great deal that we don't know right now about some of the areas of change, particularly tariffs. I'm reading in the paper between the time the emergency board and now, there's a drastic change to copper tariff, where virtually all the copper that's actually traded is no longer subject to the 50% tax. So people are making and losing millions of dollars, 1 hour to the next based on tweet. Whoever's the last person in the room with the president gets maybe what they want, and then that cascades across the economy, across the world. But there's not a lot of clarity all the way around. And so we're running models and updating things, but there's a lot of uncertainty. And rather than jumping all over the place, we're waiting until we can see where things settle before we say, here's what we think is going to happen. On the tariff front, the most important thing for Vermont is Canada. And that's really one of the ones that's still up in the air. So, that's still outstanding. So this is a relatively steady state forecast relative to January, and only changes total revenues across all the funds between about 1.4 to 2% per year, going out 5 years. That's not huge between the funds, though. Sometimes there are larger variances with what had been previously forecast. So, when I heard the Federal Reserve Board's comments yesterday after their meeting, it reminded me that we're doing a very similar thing to what they are. They're saying, let's wait and see what the data says, and then we'll make a move based on it. And so that's where we're at with things. I don't know if they'll need to do an interim forecast before January. There's a tendency for things to come out in an extreme version and then to kind of get walked back, but who knows where it'll land. So that's where that stands. The two things the Fed's looking at that affect interest rate changes, which is an important part of the outlook, and we are still expecting 2 interest rate cuts in this calendar year, so in the next fiscal year, are the rate of inflation. So they're concerned about prices and they're concerned about labor markets. That's their dual mandate, and that's what we're looking at. And there are 2 charts, one on page 2 and one on page 3, that they reference. The one on page 2 is the inflation metrics, and this has both the CPI, which you hear about, and the one that they look at, which is the personal consumption expenditure deflator, and that just came out a few hours ago. So the latest read on that is similar to the CPI. It was higher than people expected, but it's not, way off the chart. But the core PCE came in at about 2.8, which is a tick higher than expected. And the regular PCE inflator is 2.6 on a year-over-year basis. So, that's the kind of stuff that they're looking at, and they're hoping to get it to 2 is their target. So it's going in the wrong direction. And if it goes up above 3, you'll probably see them, sticking with current rates for a longer period of time. The greatest strength in fiscal 25 was in personal income and corporate. Estate also had an extraordinary year. And the thing that all 3 of those have in common is that the revenues were based in large part on elevated asset prices. So in the case of an estate, someone passes away, there are stocks, bonds, real estate, things like that. And as those go up in value, then often there's an immediate sale. So that becomes taxable items. Same with capital gains, same with corporate mergers, acquisitions, things like that. The company that you thought was maybe worth 300 million gets bought for $1 billion, and all of a sudden, there's big windfalls and more taxable income. We don't see asset prices coming down, but they're certainly going to be more leveling off. There are different classes of assets. The things that matter for revenues are different, but those, through most of the gain in the forecast years going out are in personal income and corporate. So even though they're small percentages, they're fairly concentrated in the general fund. And those are all in the tables in the document and charts and things like that. Are there questions that people have after looking at some of the stuff?
I said something earlier to someone that it's sort of like there are a lot of shoes floating above our heads. We're just like waiting for the other shoe to drop, and we don't even know what the shoe will be. But until then, we're
watching
continuing on watching.
the
Yeah.
whole economy.
Yeah.
We're reading all the tariff stuff. I mean, the best quantitative analysis of the tariffs has been done by a group at Yale called the Budget Lab, and they dig way down into the tariffs by country, and they have models that estimate effects that are immediate when they announce a tariff, but then there's a lot of substitution that occurs. So what other countries make that same thing that might have a lower tariff, and where are the substitutions? And then they figure an effective tariff, and they calculate the impacts from that. And timing from those impacts. It's notable that the timing is, they're quite long lags sometimes before the implementation of the tariff and the time it works its way back into the any kind of cost measure and the ultimate payer of that. So for example, the car manufacturers are announcing now that they're having losses or huge write-downs on profits because they've been paying the tariffs. A lot of times they're paying for parts that are going into finished vehicles that are being assembled in the United States. But, so they paid for the tariff on the parts because they need that to build the car. But when they sell the car, they're not going to sell it at a loss. So that's when it would show up as a new car price. And maybe it's a 2026 model, whatever, that could take months. And then it ripples into other things. New car prices affect used car prices. Total vehicle prices affect insurance rates, auto repair costs, and auto parts. So all these things kind of ripple through, and it's not always obvious or immediate. So those that are saying, oh, well, there's been no effect. So, in fact, I think it's emboldened some in the administration to say we can go higher because look, it's not It's not creating any problems yet. There's a lot that's to come, but it's not clear, just how severe it will ultimately be. This is a different world from the 1930s, when was the last time we saw tariffs at these levels. And the technology and communication that exists today and the experience during the pandemic was significant for companies to figure out how to do workarounds and how to move production and quickly reroute stuff. And that'll be happening. Yes, Ginny?
Yeah, no, as you're going through this, and I'm looking at your slide on page 25 with the personal income increasing 2.8% in 2027, and thinking about the effect of tariff on consumer products generally, will you be looking at, and maybe it's individual sectors, I think particularly the medical sector, of the effect of the relationship between income and expenditure in the state? Are you going to be looking at that in any way? I mean, it's a little bit scary to think we're going to be seeing tariff increases that will have an effect on consumer products of between 15 or 20%, and seeing income increases of 2.8% as personal income, but never, it's just that relationship. How are you looking at that?
Yeah, so that of course is personal income tax revenue, which is a little bit
This is
different.
only tax revenue.
That's,
Okay.
that's what this is, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so, and it's, in 2026, 2.9% and 2.8%. And, that represents a lot of different aspects of that, of course. Payroll taxes, estimated taxes, pay tax, the whole thing. Whenever the price of something goes up, if it's an essential item,
Affects this.
it's gonna affect that, and there's less disposable income for anything else.
So the tariffs are built into this,
Yeah.
projection? Okay.
Well, tariffs,
Okay. So what does that
Loosely-
mean in terms of, just the juxtaposition I'm looking for
Yeah.
is personal income increase as compared with the tax rate, what's going to happen to the personal income overall?
personal income revenues.
Yeah,
They'll-
no, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we had assumed, based on, what had been promised during the election in January, that there would be slower growth and higher inflation in the future. This is basically the same and a little bit more, because what we've seen has been more extreme, both on the immigration front, in terms of that affects output because the labor force is basically dead in the water. It's not, you took away a lot of the growth in that. And the tariffs have been higher than expected, although that's still an open question, because who knows where they're really going to settle. So we're staying open to that, but we haven't done anything draconian, which I think is the right thing to do when there's uncertainty. You need to think about it, you need to anticipate it, and when we have solid information, then we'll run that through models and see, okay, what's the magnitude, what does it mean, and all the details around it. The tariffs are really complicated things. When you say, oh, I'm gonna tax maple syrup, and then next thing you know, it's, oh, but not that grade, and yes, that grade, and it's the rules and laws and things like that are complex. So that would take a while to sort all the way out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's not just tariffs, right? It's all the other federal actions, the change in the tax law, it's the change in the Medicaid law, it's all that.
Yeah. And things like withholding funds from states and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Those
Yeah.
massive potential budgetary impacts from that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And, Maine is experiencing that in a big way based on one little mishap, and, then there's all this repercussion.
The general fund revenue projections, how are those keeping pace with inflation
Uh,
in terms of like real dollars that we'll be having to spend?
Yeah, so if you look at available general fund revenues in both the next year, 2026 and 2027, those would be, especially 2026 would be below levels, inflationary levels. So you'd be looking at real declines, in terms of things you're spending on. In 2027, it would be close to zero. So it would be.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for anyone? Yeah.
Most of the federal tax changes, this, my limited understanding, have to do with taxable income on the federal side, whether it's.
That's right.
Deductions, et cetera. Were there any changes in the adjusted gross income that would then impact Vermont tax revenues? Because that's our.
And we're gonna spend more time on that later in the agenda.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we've been working with the tax department and trying to find and identify all the things. We did not, prior to doing this analysis, find significant changes to pass through. Most of it was below the line.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's good. And that, the reconciliation bill is stimulative until the midterms, the cuts occur after that. So there's, that'll be a plus in terms of growth and income and that sort of thing. If it's too much, it might be inflationary, but who knows with everything else going.
Thank you.
Going to be a way longer conversation that, the consistent down through all of this is the T.
Yeah.
And, I understand the, discussion about purchase and use and with tariffs and everything else, and there was some drop off in purchase and use.
Richie, can you, speak on that?
What underlying, because we see through all of this going out as far as you go into the future, we see, -7 million and it carries all the way through. So it's not a blip with, for the purchase and use in education. Can you talk a little bit about that? But my fear around this is because as we finish this bill, on the spending side for the T fund, we used 12.5 million in general fund, which is going away. We had ARPA money left over that papered over, and we knew that we created a scenario where we instructed the agency to do rescissions 5 to 10 million. So we were looking at ending, knowing that next year we had a $30 million hole. So this would suggest to me we're growing to near $40 million hole in state funds to match next year in there. What makes that purchase and use not a one-time act and going on?
Okay, so purchase and use is generally speaking the fastest growing part of the T fund, and one of the only parts of the T fund that has very much growth at all. Vehicles will be some of the most affected items from tariffs, both because of the very high tariffs, commodity tariffs on steel and aluminum, unless those change. And then the vehicle tariffs as well that are affecting parts. Now, the dust hasn't completely settled, but I think we're probably looking, the analysis we had at the time we did this, at prices increases in the $4,000 to $6,000 per vehicle range for an average automobile. That dings demand. And it's not like the price goes up. So the rate of change is a one-time event, but it stays there. So you have to have the income to pay that, and then other prices, keep going up. So you've raised that level relative to everything else. So you'll have slower growth in the next 2 years, and then it should pick up, again, with that same bubble of uncertainty around all of that. but that's what we're projecting for purchase and use. So it does end up growing more quickly in the out years. You can see in the table on page 26, actually, you'd better to look at the 5-year tables if you really want to see what that does. So source transportation fund on page 41, you'll get purchase and use growth above 4% when you're out to 29, 30, 3.8% and 28. But next year in particular, that's gonna be dinged by it. And even though it returns to higher growth rate, it's not like the price goes down. It just doesn't keep going up. It's that, in that way, it's a one-time shot.
Generally, when we talk about this, we'd say the risk is on the upside or the downside. And so you would characterize, it sounds like what you're talking about is for the T fund, the risk is all on the downside.
I think for almost everything, almost every revenue category we've got in the economy in general, there are elevated downside risks just because there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty. So when we know more, we'll be able to refine some of that. This isn't kind of an extreme position. There's certainly some announcements that at times would have made this much, much worse. What happens with Canada and Mexico are going to be really important. Mexico just got a 90-day extension, another 90-day extension. Canada seems to be in the crosshairs for some reason. I mean, it's just not as bad as Brazil, although they exempted a whole bunch of things from Brazil this morning too. So orange juice and stuff like that, all of a sudden, no problem, no tariff. But we'll see where it settles, and then we'll have greater clarity. But it's gonna cause problems near term. Already we saw advanced buying. I really can't explain the fourth quarter fall off because it was more of a fall off than you would get to balance the advanced buying that occurred before. So it didn't happen nationally. So we'll see. I hope it's not something, I mean, we've pushed hard to look for processing issues and things like that. And we've been assured it's not like there's money misallocated or something like that. So we'll see. I hope it doesn't pop up the next month, but maybe, I mean, that would be good in terms of revenue, but we're not expecting.
So I don't want to belabor the point, but what I will say is, as we ended the year, we knew that there would be a $30 million hole in next year as we're entering to make match for federal construction projects, with that growing to 45 million the year after that. So this now puts us closer to 40 million, and the year after you're talking well over 50 million as a whole to make federal match, and which I've said this on the floor of the Senate a number of times. I don't know how to put it together a budget with that.
I think it's something we're gonna need to work on going forward.
Other questions?
Thank you,
Okay,
Tom.
well, if
Really
you get
appreciate your
more-
time today.
Sure.
Thank you.
Happy to do it.
So we are going to shift over to talking about federal funds. Some of this is going to be sort of an overview of process, and some of it's going to be more specific in the weeds of the budget bill. Emily, please there. I'm so sorry to do that.
Hi, good afternoon.
Bryn, do you want to come too, or do you want to wait?
I'm gonna let Emily handle this part.
Great.
Also, we've got our subject matter experts who in the room that are much better equipped to answer specific questions about AI. So I'm here for questions about the revision language, but yeah, I do a great job.
It's just her name was here, and they didn't think you could do it.
No, totally. And I had like suggested an Abbott Costello Act and we didn't get a chance to practice, so. Do it myself. So, again, thank you. Good afternoon. Emily Byrne from the Joint Fiscal Office here to talk about federal funds. We have a lot of stuff to get through. There was a lot in the 2025 Federal Reconciliation Act that passed on July 4th. So I would ask if we can hold questions till we sort of get through all the topics. And I'm gonna kick us off, and then we've got the Ledge Council folks in the room for any like legal related questions that may come up at the end, and then we're gonna have Nolan and Jen will come and do the Medicaid section. Chris will talk about the revenue changes. Logan will talk about the Inflation Reduction Act changes. I'll come back up to SNAP and finish this up. So I have a presentation I will share. If I can remember how to do it.
And Representative Kimball, we're holding questions till the end, but you're gonna get very small inside the screen soon, so feel free to just unmute yourself if you need to.
Although,
Okay, so just sort of out of the gate, just to, a reminder that we've gotten our presentations about who JFO is, and this is meant to be a presentation to provide information, not policy recommendations specifically. So at a high level, we're gonna do just a review of the rescission language that you adopted in the FY 2026 budget. I'll get into it a little bit more, but the short answer is there's no action to be taken by anybody at this point based on federal legislation. There has been no changes to federal funding as has been appropriated by the General Assembly at this point. Anything that was in the new federal legislation is sort of future budget issues and will be dealt with in future budget processes. And there are a lot of, there are still a lot of unknowns. I should say that there with any major piece of federal legislation, the Affordable Care Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, sort of all of these major pieces of federal legislation take time to implement, right? Just like laws that you pass, Congress passes laws, the executive branch then has to sort of take those laws, interpret them, issue guidance, do rulemaking, all of those things. And that's part of this process. So we are sort of in that interim. The law has been passed by Congress. The executive branch is working through it and working with states to implement those laws and to issue guidance. So we are sort of in that middle space. There's work to be done by the executive branch at the federal level and to come to this, to trickle down to state government in terms of implementation. So this is sort of what we know today, a lot more to come throughout the fall and in the budget process. So when we talk about the Federal Reconciliation Act, specifically, as I mentioned, we'll talk about Medicaid and healthcare, the revenue implications, the Inflation Reduction Act, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Programs, SNAP for 3 Squares Vermont, and some of the other changes that were in the bill, and then sort of what's next for the General Assembly. The federal funds rescission language, and again, as I mentioned, there's no action to take right now, either by the governor or by the Joint Fiscal Committee or the General Assembly related to changes in federal funding to the state. But we thought it would be good to just put it out there in case there is still sort of federal legislation that may happen this fall. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in detail, but we thought it would be good to just go through what this language is so that it's sort of on your radar in case we come back in September or in future joint fiscal meetings, just to be aware of what it is. So the federal rescission language allows both the administration and the Joint Fiscal Committee to act if and when needed. There are federal funds that are eliminated or reduced while the General Assembly is out of session. The way that we structure this, we try to sort of mirror what a rescission would look like in the general fund or other funds. And the way that it's structured related to federal funds is that we took the unduplicated funds function total by government. And I have a little chart that explains it better. I think seeing it in numbers helps. But the idea being is that we look at each function total in state government. Those function totals are outlined in the bill. So that's general government, protection, human services, natural resources, et cetera. Take those unduplicated function totals. So that includes the funds that are sort of appropriated twice, interdepartmental transfers, the global commitment fund, It sort of calculates the percentage of federal funding as a percentage of those unduplicated funds by function total is sort of your, how you make, where the decision points would come in. So how that plays out is in the Appropriations Act, if the federal revenue for a specific function of government is reduced by less than 0.5% or $2 million, whichever is greater, the Secretary of Administration can adopt a plan and will notify JFC accordingly. That's similar to the general fund. If there was a reduction in the general fund consensus revenue forecast, if it's small enough, the Secretary of Administration and the executive branch can act without approval. They just have to notify. So this is if there is a sort of small reduction, then the administration can act with just notification to JFC. However, if there's sort of a larger reduction in federal revenue, we had to create these bands by function total. So either greater than 0.5% or $2 million, but less than 25% or 50 million, whichever is lower. The Secretary of Administration prepares a report and submits it to JFC for consideration and approval. And then what's not explicitly stated in the act, but if the federal revenue were to decrease by sort of more than that upper bound, that would require the General Assembly to come back and take action. So this is the table I was speaking to. This is what gives you those bounds. And all the way on the right gives you that window for JFC action. So if federal funds by those function totals are changed, remember it was 0.5% or $2 million is the lower bound, whichever is lower, or 50 million or 25%, whichever is higher is the upper bound is when you would act. So for example, with natural resources, if the federal reduction was over $2 million, but under 50 million, then JFC would take action. Those are those windows. Again, there is nothing to do today related to these because the bill that just passed Congress doesn't change any of the funds as appropriated in the FY26 state budget related to federal. So the federal legislation, the Federal Reconciliation Act, sort of a high-level overview of what it is and what it isn't. Like I said before, any major piece of legislation takes time to implement. And it's not the only piece of federal legislation that may come out this fall. And this is just sort of another disclaimer. JFO Leg Council, we're working with the executive branch to more fully understand as more guidance comes out on these. Presentation is not meant to be exhaustive. It was a big bill. There's a lot going on. And there are sort of other provisions that will impact the state that are not explicitly outlined in here, but these are sort of the big items that we thought were important to bring to your attention and to discuss today. So the 2025 Federal Reconciliation Act, some people refer to the OBBBBB, was signed on July 4th by President Trump. It includes changes to the way that several federal programs are implemented by the states, how they're structured, how they're funded. Some of the programs that are impacted, Medicaid and other healthcare programs and the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program or SNAP. It includes modifications to the federal tax code, some of which may have some impacts on Vermont's personal and corporate income taxes. And there were also rescissions of funds and terminations of tax credits relating to the Inflation Reduction Act. This is not the only, as I've said a couple times, I suppose, this is potentially not the only bill that Congress may pass that may have impacts on the FY26 budget. There is the federal 2025 rescission bill that is in Congress right now, as well as the federal fiscal year 2026 appropriations bills. I believe it's typically 12 bills. There are some folks from the congressional delegation that are here that will speak to you later that can speak in more detail about sort of what's going on in Congress. But the big takeaway is the 2025 Reconciliation Act did not include reductions to grants or programs that we talked a lot about in the spring. I know the House Appropriations Committee took testimony from a lot of agencies and departments on what federal funds they receive. Some of those grant programs that were talked about in the spring as being subject to reductions by the federal government were not part of this bill, changes to those bills. That's still up for debate. The Reconciliation Act made changes to the mandatory programs. Medicaid is one of the big mandatory programs that we hear a lot about. The budget itself will consider the changes to the discretionary programs. Federal rulemaking. right? The bill has lots of changes, as there is with any large piece of federal legislation. It needs to be interpreted and go through that rulemaking and guidance process before sort of what the implications are going to be for state government, right? The Internal Revenue Service is going to have to update the tax forms and issue guidance around the changes that they've made. CMS, the Centers for Medicare, Medicaid Services, needs to implement grant programs and issue guidance for the states around changes to Medicaid. Same with Health and Human Services. So with that, that's a sort of high-level overview. I will turn it over to Nolan and Jen to talk about Medicaid specifically.
Thanks. And as they work their way up, I just want to name this is a 4-hour meeting that doesn't have breaks built in. So please take your own breaks. No one will think that you're storming out of the room.
What if we want to storm out of the room?
Then slam the door. Or you could toss your computer before you walk out. That's how we'll know. Take a seat. Thanks for asking.
For the record, Noel Langwell, Director Fiscal Office.
And Jennifer Carvey, Legislative Counsel.
So we're gonna do a high-level overview of some of the impacts the bill makes on the Medicaid program, many of which won't go into effect right away. We've sort of broken this out into sort of 3 major categories. Loss of health insurance coverage and increased burden on beneficiaries, loss of federal participation and investment in Vermont's healthcare system, and increased administrative burden for Medicaid beneficiaries, providers, and state.
So the preliminary estimates, as we may have heard, is that, and you'll probably hear more detail from the administration after this presentation, but as many as 45,000 Vermonters could lose coverage under the provisions that passed in this act. We're going to talk about some of the provisions specific to mostly Medicaid in this part, but there are a number of other Medicaid and other healthcare provisions in that act as well. So one of the big ones is work requirements. Under this Federal Reconciliation Act, states have to establish community engagement requirements for the expansion population, Medicaid expansion population, as a condition of eligibility for able-bodied adults ages 19 to 64. And community engagement, as used in the act, means at least 80 hours per month of work, community service, or participation in a work program, or being enrolled at least half-time in an educational program, or some combination of these. There are a number of exemptions in the federal provision they include parents, guardians, and caretakers of dependent children up to 13 years of age, and there are a number of other sort of narrow exemptions. This provision is effective not later than January 1st of 2027, but states can implement earlier. And there's the potential for initial exemptions until January 1st of 2029, if states can demonstrate that they're making a good faith effort to comply. So it takes states a bit to roll this out. And I don't want questions.
Can we hold them until just the end of the section?
Sure.
Thanks.
Next, we have the retroactive coverage limits. So this shortens the period for which retroactive Medicaid coverage is available. These are for services provided before the person applied for Medicaid. And under existing law, that retroactive coverage applies for 3 months prior to application. Under this new act, it's 2 months for the traditional Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program CHIP populations, and it is 1 month for the ACA expansion population. So that's a reduction in retroactive coverage effective January 1st, 2027. The act also increases the frequency with which individuals who are enrolled as part of the Medicaid expansion population from the ACA must have their eligibility for Medicaid redetermined. Under current law, that's once every 12 months. And under the new law, that will be once every 6 months, starting January 1st of 2027. The act further limits Medicaid eligibility for non-citizens. So it's limited to, eligibility will be limited now to U.S. citizens and nationals, lawful permanent residents, Cuban and Haitian entrants, and persons who are allowed to live and work in the U.S. under these couple of specific contexts of free association. This means that legal non-citizens with status as a refugee, an asylee, or a victim of human trafficking, among others, will lose their eligibility for Medicaid, and this begins October 1st of 2026. There's also a requirement in the act for some new cost sharing requirements in the Medicaid program. It requires states to impose cost sharing for the expansion population, for adults with incomes over 100% of the federal poverty level. And we've given you the numbers here. These are the 2025 federal poverty levels. So for an individual, that's $15,650 in annual income. A family of four is $32,150. Under the requirements, the cost sharing must be greater than $0, but not more than $35 per item or service. Certain types of care must be exempt, so they cannot have cost sharing. That includes primary care, prenatal, pediatric care, emergency services, mental health, and substance use disorder services, among others. Does not affect the current cost sharing limits on prescription drugs. We're still required to have no more than nominal. There is a cap on total out-of-pocket costs for a family at 5% of family income. So their total cost sharing cannot be more than 5% of their income on either a monthly or quarterly basis. That's a state option. And that takes effect in October of 2028. Some additional provisions, family planning. You may have heard some of this. It's been in the news even just this week. It bars or prohibits federal Medicaid funds for 1 year to certain nonprofit providers that are primarily engaged in family planning, reproductive health, and related medical care that provide abortions in circumstances beyond rape, incest, or life-saving, and that receive more than $800,000 from Medicaid in fiscal year 2023. This would be effective for 1 year beginning October 1st of this year. There is, as of Monday, an injunction, a nationwide injunction as applied to Planned Parenthood, which is the predominant party that is affected by this provision. And a U.S. District Court judge granted their request for a preliminary injunction. As I said, that has nationwide applications. So this is at least temporarily on pause. In general, these provisions and others that are in the act but have not been covered here are expected to reduce the number of covered lives in Vermont. That will result in more uncompensated care. People are still receiving services, and they will still be receiving services even if they don't have coverage under Medicaid or the exchange. We expect more uncompensated care, and significant fiscal impacts are likely, but we don't know what those look like yet. And no one's going to talk to you about the money coming in.
Then there's provider tax. This is a phase down on provider tax rates that expansion states to charge. It starts in 2027, October 1, 2027, which is fiscal year 2028. And it goes through, it takes by 0.5% down by 0.5% per year till 2032. So it would be 6%, and then it would be 5.5, and then it would be 5, et cetera, et cetera. This would only impact the hospital provider tax. It doesn't, the nursing home provider taxes and the intermediate care facilities are both exempt. We don't actually have any intermediate care facilities, although we do have a provider tax on the books for them. And then we have an ambulance provider tax, but they're at 3.3%, which is below the 3.5% threshold. So it would only impact the hospital. That said, the hospital provider tax, as I mentioned earlier, is the largest provider tax. What I have here is these are JFO estimates. These are not consensus with the administration. But what I've done is I've looked at what is provider taxes are based on net patient revenue. So I took the net patient revenue and I grew it at 6% per year. And then I took it down, the percentage down by 0.5%. So you can see that in fiscal year 28, this would be a $16 million effect. And it compounds in fiscal year 29, it's 39 million, then in 30, it's 65 million. Until we hit 2032, where we estimate it could be as much as 133 million. Now, these are preliminary estimates. These estimates change as we get more information, but these are JFO preliminary estimates. The last category is the increased administrative burden on beneficiaries, providers, and the state. So implementation costs, the implementation of cost sharing, the work requirements, the eligibility changes, increased frequencies of eligibility determinations. They all require significant IT changes and significant increase in the amount of staff that do that work. So that's an administrative burden that is on the state that we will have to pay for on our own. So that's going to be a fiscal impact on the state. It will also likely impact our future global commitment 1115 waiver negotiations, which would happen, I forget, 2027 or 2028. For multiple reasons. One is because this will impact our enrollment, but also we have a cap. And the cap traditionally has been a negotiated amount between CMS and AHS. However, now they've included that the CMS actuary has to get involved, and that takes away potentially takes away some of the flexibility that we've had in negotiating a rate. So that will impact our Medicaid, our global commitment waiver. It makes changes affecting our exchange plan enrollees, including effectively eliminating the automatic re-enrollment that was initially put in place to make it easier for people to enroll. You take it away, it becomes harder for people to enroll. And then finally, it allocates $10 billion per year, from 2026 to 2030 to states to support rural providers. It requires an approved rural health transformation plan. From what I read, half of that amount that they've allocated is supposed to be evenly distributed to the states, and then the other half is supposed to be based on need. That said, it's to be determined about whether we apply and what that looks like and what would be forward, all remains to be determined. And I think that's all we have on the Medicaid.
Emily, you mentioned, the 45,000 reduction in participants on Medicaid or losing their coverage, and I've heard that number before. I'm curious, how is that number derived? Is it because the income guidelines are going to be different, and therefore some people will no longer be eligible for Medicaid, or is it because there's an assumption made that people won't want to work and meet the work requirement? Just where does that number?
That's a great question. I'm going to defer to AHS when they're up because we got that number from them. I read it in Digger. That's sort of the number that's being thrown around. How they derive that, I'm going to defer to AHS and the secretary on that question, if you don't mind.
But I do believe it's some combination of changes in eligibility and the sort of churn from the increased requirements to remain on. Whether it's eligibility redeterminations or requirements, they can study more about how they came to this.
Okay, I mean, I just, you hear it in the news all the time.
Yeah.
Whether it's our congressional delegation, whether it's the Congressional Budget Office, I just don't know.
I believe those numbers originated with AHS, and I think that's
Okay.
where the congressional delegation, other folks are quoting. But again, I'll let them correct me or discredit some of it.
They're coming up soon enough.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for this. I'm wondering if you have started to try to figure out what the actual cost of implementation is going to be to the state, or is somebody else going to do that? I mean, those costs could be high.
I think at this point, we're still in, and again, this is a good question for AHS, but I think we're still in that trying to absorb it.
Yeah.
I don't think they've got to the point of what would it take, what would they need, costing out what an IT changes. I think that they're still figuring it out as well. So I think it's very early. Great question, but I think it's too early for us to know.
This one's for Emily. It was in the part that she was presenting. I'm just wanting to make sure I understand the chart about when JSC can act. So in human services, essentially, AHS can act on cuts up to, $18.3 million or so on their own without any. So there was no like guidance about prioritizing how any cuts might be made. Just that 0.5%. That's it. Thank you.
The provider tax reduction over the years, with that money, I understand it's a loss of revenue to state coffers. But it's not, is it a loss of revenue to the state, or is that money that will stay in hospitals because they're no longer paying it in provider taxes?
That is money, great question. That is money that the state will no longer be receiving in general fund revenue.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you both so much.
All right. Hello, everyone. Chris Roop, Joint Fiscal. I could go on and have a 50-slide presentation just on the tax provisions.
But you will not.
But I am not, because I have 7 minutes to go through 8 slides. So I'm going to keep this very high level. So, as you all know from reading the news and everything else, that, the bill, one of the most significant aspects of the bill is its tax provisions. And one of the sort of cornerstones of it is that a lot of the provisions in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017 that were set to expire have been extended or made permanent. And there are also some new provisions that are put in. There's been a lot of inaccurate information circulating out there about what is in this bill and how it works. I want to give tremendous credit to the tax department for working very hard with us over the last month as we've tried to understand and unpack how these things are really going to work. And to Representative Harrison's question earlier, the vast majority of the changes that you've seen in the news are not going to impact Vermont because they're not going to change the calculation of AGI, but there are a few provisions that are smaller that likely will. So this will be the Jim Harrison slide. When I say things about whether or not something flows through to Vermont or not, what we really talk about is that, Vermont is decoupled from federal tax laws in many ways, but the starting point that we use for calculating our income taxes is the federal definition of adjusted gross income, or AGI, that shows up on line 11 of the 1040 form. And our corporate taxes work similarly with federal taxable income flowing through. We also have a few tax credits at the state level that are tied to a percentage of the federal credit. So if those federal credits change, then the impact will change here in Vermont. We are, just to remind everybody, we're linked up to the tax laws in effect as of the end of 2024, and you all typically update that date every year.
So I'd like to give huge thanks to the legislature past that did all the work to decouple so that we do not have to do it this year.
Yeah. So you all have seen this chart probably before, but this just sort of walks you through in a picture how this works. That, we start with federal AGI when calculating our income taxes. Then Vermont will add in some things to AGI. We'll also make some subtractions from AGI. So, we have our own state level standard deduction and personal exemption. And there are some things that, we don't tax, but the feds might tax. But all of this, once you start at the federal level and you account for all of the, Vermont specific provisions, you end up at Vermont taxable income. So I'm just going to focus on some of the big headlines that a lot of you have seen in the news. No tax on tips. A lot of these are limited just for a 4-year period from tax years 25 through 28. And these are some new deductions. The ones I'm going to talk to you about in these next couple slides are not going to impact Vermont revenues though, because they're not expected to change the calculation of AGI. A lot of them actually depend on your AGI to determine whether or not you're qualified for them. So the no tax on tips, to be eligible for that, you must be employed in an occupation that is listed by the IRS as customarily and regularly receiving tips on or before 12/31/24. I don't expect legislative fiscal analysts are going to make that list. The IRS has a few more months to put that out, so we don't yet know what occupations are going to be eligible for this deduction. Also, no tax on overtime. That's a new deduction for the half portion of time and a half pay for occupations that are covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act. For both of these deductions, there are AGI phase outs that begin at $150,000 if you're single filers, $300,000 if you're filing jointly. And something to keep in mind is a lot of these provisions you can be eligible for regardless of whether you take the standard deduction or you itemize. No tax on car loan interest is another one that we're still waiting for a lot of details on. This provision allows eligible filers to deduct interest paid on loans used to purchase qualified personal vehicles. The vehicles must be new, subject to weight limits, so you're not buying like a fleet of heavy trucks, must have final assembly in the US. These deductions are also capped annually and with AGI and can be available for itemizing and non-itemizing taxpayers. Again, we don't expect this one's going to flow through to Vermont and have an impact on us. Some of you may have received a communication from the Social Security Administration recently about taxation of Social Security. I want to be really clear that the bill did not change anything with regard to how Social Security income is taxed. What the bill did was create a new deduction that filers 65 and older can claim, $6,000 per qualifying individual on top of the current standard deductions. Those have AGI phase outs available whether you itemize or not, limited time period. The practical impact of this will be that it wipes out federal income tax liability for many people who receive Social Security, but it does not inherently change the taxation of Social Security benefits. Again, no direct impact expected to Vermont, not expected to flow through. So in addition to those new deductions, there's also some changes to existing federal deductions and credits. So the base standard deduction was enhanced. The state and local deduction, the SALT cap that many of you have heard about, that cap increased from $10,000 to $40,000 for a time-limited period with a phase-out that begins at $500,000 of AGI. After 2030, the cap reverts to $10,000. And this has not changed, but the SALT deduction is only available if you itemize. The child tax credit was increased per qualifying child with an inflation adjustment afterwards. There's a new charitable contribution deduction that is now being made available for people who don't itemize. Those of you who have been around a few years in this world might remember that one of the more controversial aspects of the 2017 law was that since the standard deduction was increased so much, most people wouldn't itemize their deductions and get any benefit from making charitable contributions. So now there is a limited ability to deduct charitable contributions for people who don't itemize and take the standard deduction. The estate and gift tax exemption was increased pretty significantly from $5 million to $15 million. And again, these provisions are not expected to have a direct impact to flow through to Vermont. There are a few changes that will have impacts to Vermont, but we don't expect these changes to be huge. We are continuing to work with the administration to try to get our heads around what we might expect to see with these. We don't expect, though, that in the grand scheme of our revenues, that any of these provisions are going to have a seismic impact on our collections. Some of the more notable things are that the child and dependent care tax credit that exists in federal law is being increased a little bit, and the phase out is being elongated, the ramp down. And why that would impact Vermont is that our state level child and dependent care credit is tied to 72% of the federal credit. The dependent care assistance program in the bill provides for a tax-free, basically an income exclusion of your wages for child care flexible spending account. So the extent to which you put money into the dependent care assistance program will reduce the amount of taxable income that would flow through to Vermont. Again, these are not huge changes. The R&D credit allows for, the bill now allows for immediate expensing of certain R&D expenditures, which could lead to some impacts in the near term. If we have filers claiming carry forwards from prior years all in one tax year, and Vermont has its own R&D credit that is tied to 27% of the federal credit. So again, this is not a huge credit in the grand scheme of our revenues, but these impacts could flow through. The Trump accounts that were created that provide a tax advantage savings vehicle for children born in the next few years. Federal government would put $1,000 into the account, but employers are allowed to put up to $2,500 a year per account into an employee's account. And the extent to which employers are doing that for their employees could reduce the amount of income that flows through for taxation. There's also a lot of other miscellaneous provisions related to business and corporate taxes that would likely flow to Vermont, but it's not yet clear how significant those impacts will be. As many of you know who have been around the revenue discussion, business and corporate taxes can be very opaque because so much of it depends on the individual accounting and business practices of these filers. So it can be a little difficult to parse out how and put a dollar figure on what every single provision could translate to in Vermont, but it's something we are working with the tax department to try to get a good understanding of. And we continue to get our money's worth from our Wall Street Journal subscriptions, because I think every day there's new articles coming out of about new things that are coming out about these provisions and how they're going to work in practice. So that's my speed round of the tax provisions. If you all have more detailed questions, you know where to find us. And our friendly ledge counsel, Kirby Keaton's also here as well.
Don't run away again. So Joe, really quick question. I noticed that some of these begin in 2025.
Mhm.
Whether, there must be dates for each one of these that are,
Okay, so tax year 2025 translates to like FY 26.
okay, is that for all of them or are there distinctions depending on the tax?
There are, generally, the way things work is most people pay their taxes on a calendar year basis, and then we would get the money like in the subsequent calendar
Okay,
year.
it's goes
So,
into effect, boom.
yeah, so some things would have like a relatively small impact in beginning in our fiscal 26. Yeah.
So well orchestrated, thank you.
For the record, Logan Newberry with the Joint Fiscal Office. I'm going to do a lightning round through the Inflation Reduction Act rescission. So as you'll probably all remember, this was a bill that was passed in 2022. Had a number of provisions pertaining to like domestic energy production and clean energy production, stuff like that. So changes that were made in this bill. This bill either phases out, rescinds or repeals a large number of these programs. You can see there that phases out or rescinds the energy program, the clean energy tax credits, some infrastructure and lending programs, as well as the greenhouse gas mitigation grants, some transportation grants, which we'll touch on in a second. A lot of these, like the other areas, don't have a direct impact on the state or the budget of the state, but they do have sort of more reciprocal or impacts on green energy and our carbon reduction goals and things like that. So getting to some of the specifics, this bill will repeal several energy-related tax credits, primarily aimed at individuals, such as the energy efficient home credits or the new energy efficient home credits, stuff like that. It also eliminates the production and investment tax credits for wind and solar projects. It maintains credits that are out there for technologies other than wind and solar, but it does add some additional supply chain requirements, so where they source the stuff for those programs. And then it rescinds the unobligated balances from a number of different programs, such as the EPA climate pollution grant, reduction grants, and other grants like that. Moving on to the transportation. Similar to the other ones, these ones are more related to transportation. Most of these don't have a direct impact, except for the first one on this list, the low carbon transportation materials program. So Vermont was awarded $14.5 million from this grant program. This is a relatively new program, so the funds that Vermont was awarded have not been sort of allocated to projects in the state. So the rescission doesn't impact any of our current transportation projects, but it does sort of represent a reduction in future funding that we could have drawn from for projects. The other ones on here don't have a direct impact, but I added them here because they will sort of affect this ecosystem of climate and energy goals that the state has towards. And then lastly, I wanted to make note of a couple other changes. The termination of the clean vehicle tax credit. This is for the EVs, pre-owned and new EVs, and also commercial vehicles. These will be terminated as of September 30th of this year. And then on June 30th of next year, the termination of this property tax credit for individuals or businesses that install some sort of property that is used to dispense clean burning fuels or to recharge electric vehicles. And then lastly is this bill set the civil penalty for violations of the CAF standards or the corporate average fuel economy for $0, essentially eliminating any any cost for violating the CAF standard, which essentially sets the fuel efficiency rate of new vehicles. Those are my slides.
Yeah, that's not nice. Just a quick question. So you talked about the things that where we did have some, where we were going to be receiving, rescissions. In the unobligated balances for the energy, climate, emission reduction, are we do we have unobligated balances for any of those?
So for the only grant that we had received awarded money for was the low carbon transportation material mentioned. The rest Vermont did not receive grant money from.
Okay, all right, so that's it. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Don't forget your water.
All right. I am back to wrap this up, with the last piece will be, SNAP program, and then a few just sort of other programs, and then, close it up. Before I get into it, to qualify this, I am not an expert in SNAP. Maria, who does a lot of the SNAP stuff, had some doctor's appointments today, so I'm going to do my best. I think Katie is here from Ledge Council, to help, and AHS will be up later, so I'll just put that out there to start with. So Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, referred to as 3 Squares Vermont, in Vermont, wanted to just lay the sort of what the current program looks like, because that's important context to have in terms of understanding what the changes are to the program. So right now, the benefits are funded 100% with federal dollars, and the administrative costs are shared 50-50 between states and the federal government. In FY24, that was about $16.8 million. The eligibility for 3 Squares, if your household income is less than 185% of the federal poverty level, or you have children and get the Vermont Earned Income Tax Credit, households can still qualify if there is someone 60 or older or someone with a disability, depending on income. And under current, we're sort of before the 2025 Reconciliation Act, those between 16 and 59 needed to meet the work requirements unless they qualified as exempt or were excused. So for there's sort of 3 different sub-programs, as I would think about it. So for clients under 65, the funding for the program is directly transferred by the federal government to the clients. It doesn't run through the state budget. It's the sort of largest category of 3 Squares beneficiaries, and it goes on the electronic benefits transfer card. There were nearly 40,000 households representing 67,000 individuals. And it was about $155 million worth of benefits. So again, that's the federal government puts it directly on the EBT cards. It's not part of the state budget. The summer EBT program, this was started during the summer of 2024. It helps families buy groceries on summer break when school meals are not available. 22,000 households with about 37,000 children. $120 per eligible child. It was about $4.5 million. Those federal funds are administered by the state, and they are appropriated in the state budget. Finally, the third one is the cash out. This is for 3 Squares clients who are over 65 and individuals that are on SSI. It's deposited directly into folks' bank accounts to sort of deal with technological accessibility, to ensure nutritional access for those who are unable to shop for and cook their own food, and to help reduce stigma. This also runs through the state budget and is administered by the state. And was at about $46 million last year. This is just a quick summary. So it was about $205 million of benefits paid out last year for 3 Squares Vermont. So there's still some, like I said at the beginning, more federal guidance to be issued, but a provision in the law is updating the cost share of administration of the program from 50-50 state federal to 75-25 state federal. That will go into effect on October 1st of 2026. So that's the FY27 budget, which you'll be building starting in January. That's estimated to cost the state $8 million annually. That's not prorated for the fact that the state fiscal year and the federal fiscal year are not the same. So you can think of it as 3 quarters. It'll be about $6 million next fiscal year, and then a full 8 going forward. The bill also eliminates the funding for the nutrition education and obesity prevention programs. There is also a change to state cost share tied to the error rate in a state. So a state must pay 5% of the benefit costs if the error rate exceeds 6%. Then I believe there's sort of a tier up. If the higher your error rate, the more cost share you incur. The payment error rate your error can be both underpayments and overpayments. to individuals. An error is not a measure of fraud. It is you incorrectly paid beneficiaries. In 2024, the payment error rate was 5.13%. There is a methodology in the law about a sort of a 3-year look back in terms of which error rates you use. According to DCF, 5% benefit cost would be about $7.5 million per year. There's a handful of states that are under that 6%, that if it was based on the error rates most recently published, would not be part of this cost share. And then there are states are sort of at all different levels. I believe I read a statistic somewhere that every state, at some point over the last 20 years, was over that 6% error rate. So it's going to depend sort of on what happens, and the state will have to react accordingly when that happens. There were some changes to eligibility, similar to in Medicaid. Eligibility was limited to citizens, lawful permanent residents, Cuban and Haitian entrants, and persons allowed to live in the U.S. under the compacts of free association. Non-citizens, including refugees and asylum seekers, no longer qualify. The work requirement age cohort was previously 18 to 59. That's been increased to 18 to 64, unless you're eligible for a work requirement exemption. There's a 3-month window to come into compliance. They've eliminated some of the exemptions for work requirements, including for people experiencing homelessness, veterans, and individuals in foster care. And
It's only 8 people.
that's from the DCF, yeah. That's the data that we pulled down. And it limits the exemptions for households with children from those with children who are 18 and under to those with children who are 14 and under.
Yeah, none of those numbers seem right, to be honest with you.
We can.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I see those.
And finally, the other change is in terms of the calculation of the benefit. It used to use this thrifty food plan table to calculate benefits based on household size. That is going to change, where they're sort of locking in the benefit now, and then there'll be a COLA applied, but the way that the benefit is calculated will change going forward. That's the high level overview of SNAP changes. There are also some other general changes that don't really impact the state budget, but the state budget may have sort of tertiary impacts. There's the tax credit for donations to scholarship granting organizations, and these are sort of more will be policy conversations that you will likely have to have as a result of this legislation. The new tax credits for the scholarship granting organizations, if the state opts in to allow people to sort of set up this granting organization, if the state opts into it, then people can take tax credits for it. There were changes to higher education and Pell Grants. No direct impact on the state budget, but will likely impact higher education institutions, student loans, the economy, the workforce, et cetera, that may impact the state budget eventually. And then there were also the Trump accounts that were established. So children born between 2025 and 2028 will receive the one-time $1,000 from the federal government. Additionally, there was additional funding for the Department of Homeland Security and Justice, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Transportation, to the extent there are competitive grant programs that are established, or any of those funds flow through to the state, those will flow through. The low-income housing tax credits were enhanced. They're administered through VHFA, could be beneficial for qualifying housing developments. And the new market tax credits have been made permanent for investments in real estate in certain disadvantaged census tracts. So that's a high level overview. Before I get into next steps, I need to modify a statement earlier. The 2025 rescission, or the federal rescission bill was signed on the 24th of July. I didn't miss it, but it didn't register. Probably because the impacts of that bill were the elimination of the appropriations to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and reductions in federal appropriations to the U.S. Department of the State. Those don't hit the Vermont state budget, so probably why it didn't cross my own personal radar, but wanted to just make sure that was clear that that bill has passed. Congress has been signed by the president. There is still the federal FY26 appropriations bills gets to be done, but I wanted to clarify that. So next steps, as I said before, there's no significant, but there will be significant budgetary challenges dealing with changes to the provider tax, Medicaid, SNAP, et cetera. They'll have to work through the next legislative session. You know, the administrative cost share for Three Squares Vermont will be sort of immediate, and figuring out the Medicaid changes and investments that are going to be necessary in order to come into compliance with the new federal rules. But given the sort of timeline, this will follow the sort of same process that any major piece of federal legislation currently follows, whereby the governor will present a budget in January. You'll be able to react to it. And so knowing that there will be some challenges, having an idea of what your priorities are going to be as a body, moving forward to manage them. I think that's it.
I didn't see anything about staff changes. It seems like some of these things, like when staff changes would affect personnel. I guess that's a question for AHS.
That is a question for AHS, and I think, but that is a good thing to flag. I think once there's additional federal guidance, there will likely need to be some investments in IT. I know the bill did set aside funding for states to make improvements to their like Medicaid eligibility systems to deal with the changes in work requirements. But the sort of rules and how that money will be distributed, I think I don't know if it's been determined yet, but I assume it's in the works. And AHS will need to adapt accordingly.
And this might be a question for Katie and not you or someone else. But the provisions preventing refugees from being eligible for food stamps or Medicaid, is that a ban on refugees being eligible, or could it be fully funded with state dollars and just the removal of federal dollars into that mix?
We can look
and you can look into it and tell me later. Okay, thanks. Anyone else? Thank you very much for that entire comprehensive presentation. Really appreciate it. Next up, we are going to talk about the status of federal funds to the state from the administration. And I saw Sarah Clark walk. There you are. Hi. Come on up. Here.
Backpack on.
I don't know if all three of you, like, however you want to orchestrate that, it's up to you, Sarah. You guys want to come up? So we do want to come up together when you're done? Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for having us.
So good afternoon. For the record, I'm Sarah Clark. I'm the Secretary of Administration, and I'm joined by my colleagues.
Jenny Samuelson, for the record. I'm the Secretary for the Agency of Human Services. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Zoe Saunders, Secretary of Education.
Great. So I think we each submitted presentations. I'm not sure if we want to share them or if folks have copies.
We all have
mine looks like this, it's the green cover page. And so I'm going to just briefly touch on our approach in general to how we are assessing changes at the federal level and what we're doing to understand and collect information across state government. So the first slide, just to give some context in terms of the federal funds in Vermont, you may have received some background on this from some of your earlier testimony. We wanted to look at how our federal funds have changed over the last decade, which no one here is surprised to understand that they've increased significantly. When you compare the state budget for FY26 versus 10 years ago in FY16, it's about a $1.1 billion increase in federal funds across all of the functional areas of government. And you can see that progression on this slide from FY16 to FY21 to FY26. The kind of steady and then large increase in federal funding. I think the other thing that's notable from my perspective, when you look at the functional areas of government, where you see some of the largest increase in spending, and no one's surprised to see that the Agency of Human Services received a large increase. as well as natural resources stands out to me a bit. So that's just to give some kind of big picture context of how much money, $3.1 billion in the FY '26 budget. On the next slide, I've had similar conversations with some of the members here about what is our overall approach to understanding the federal budget and federal activity as it impacts Vermont. We very recently issued a memo to our extended cabinet on July 21st describing our approach to federal funds, which is a continuation of what we discussed last session, where we are taking a very disciplined and factual approach to evaluating the changes in operational response, because it continues to evolve every day. And you're going to really hear some of that when Secretary Saunders talks to you about what her agency is doing to navigate and how the landscape has shifted for them. So we're really trying to focus on making sure we understand what's the actual funding reality before we pivot and respond. You heard a great presentation about some of the components of the federal reconciliation bill. We are also doing the same thing and really making sure we understand what's in it and how it's going to impact our operations. Another important conversation that we are having is engaging with our federal partners, both at the kind of agency level and the delegation. You've got a presentation, I think, after us from the delegation. And we've asked all of the agencies and departments of state government to communicate with the agency of administration so that we can consolidate and take that statewide view of what's happening as we work together to understand the impacts with the legislature, but also our ability to prioritize as we look across the entire landscape of state government. In a lot of ways, what we're doing now, having spent 20 years in a financial capacity as a financial director for state government, in a lot of ways, it's similar to what we would do every year, where we're really every month trying to evaluate the changes that we see, both programmatically and financially, and being able to take that information and respond as appropriate. So you see a decline in your special fund revenue, for example. You have to be able to pivot operationally or at least escalate that concern up through the administration and eventually over to the legislative branch. And one of the things that we did really as soon as the administration changed at the federal level is that we implemented a kind of our standard operating procedure, if you will, for when we are anticipating a federal shutdown, which is that we ask for departments and agencies to please draw in all of the federal cash that you're able to, in compliance with all of our policies, but just making sure we have maximized the amount of cash on hand that we can, as well as just continuing to monitor our access to our federal reimbursement systems. So we're staying on top of it as nimble as we possibly can be. So more specifically, and in responding to the language in Act 27, the big bill on the next slide, and I've included the language that was in that bill that directs the Secretary of Administration to monitor changes in federal funding. We implemented, Commissioner Gresham on my behalf issued guidance to the departments and agencies of state government, where we are soliciting monthly data related to federal funding reductions or changes. Those updates are due to finance and management on the first of the month. So tomorrow would be the first time that we would get reporting from our agencies and departments so that we can aggregate it statewide, as well as understand, like, as we work to operationalize the language that was in the big bill, this is how we'll operationalize it, because this is how we'll measure what we're actually seeing. And so you can see on this slide the data elements that we asked for, pretty standard department dollar amount, the federal grant title, what's the impact that you're anticipating to see, and any supporting documentation.
And so you don't have any of these numbers yet?
We do not. We issued this, I think it was on July 4th. Or not July 4th, because that would have been a holiday. I think July 3rd and August 1st tomorrow would be when we would expect to hear back. And so it may be useful, you know, as we collect this data, we can update maybe the staff at the Joint Fiscal Office to communicate to you if we're seeing anything. So I think with that, I will hand it over to, I'm not sure who's next or who'd like to go next, but hand it over to my colleagues.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. I'll provide an update on federal education funding. So federal education funding.
Two things. One, the white noise behind the corner is very loud, so if you could speak up a little bit, that would be great. And two, I heard a rumor that both of you have someone online to operate your slides for you. But,
Someone from AHS.
okay, but not someone from AOH.
No, you go
Okay.
first and I can bring my computer to bring up our
Okay,
slides.
sorry.
Great.
Thank you. If you could also speak up, that would be great.
Yes, and please let me know, my voice doesn't always carry, so if it starts to drop, we'll go from there. So similar to Secretary Clark and how she described it, the Agency of Human Services has been monitoring the federal landscape for any major changes. Our approach has generally been, and as you've heard, is to assess the impacts. And typically what we have seen so far is oftentimes there'll be an executive order. There'll be a lot of speculation about what it actually means. But it isn't until we actually see the federal agencies who are being ordered for a federal legislation for us to actually know what the impacts. So today I'm going to focus primarily on HR 1. That is the most clear of what we have seen for federal impacts. I know that you've already had a briefing from both Ledge Council and from JFC about JFO on these issues. So I'm going to try to keep it at a higher level. Under HR 1, there are required changes, as you've already heard, to Medicaid, to the insurance marketplace, and to SNAP. What I want to emphasize is that what we have learned is that while there are a lot of things that are articulated that and how we are to implement, of what we are to implement, the how we implement it is left to the discretion of Vermont. And those changes, many of them are phased in over time. And I think that those are two key things in how the agency is managing it, is to really understand we are in a driver's seat in terms of determining what the way that we implement it, and that many of the changes we don't have to implement today. I want to.
Quick question. I know that sometimes we receive federal guidance and it allows for some flexibility between the administration, executive branch and legislative branch. Is the guidance is given here specific to the administration, or will the legislature have an opportunity to weigh in on some of the provisions for implementing this?
So for implementing things, there are very specific provisions. In some cases, we don't have them. In some cases, we have them already. In some cases, we don't. I do anticipate on a number of areas and issues, some of which you've already brought up, things like staffing, how we implement the technology that's going to be necessary. What are a lot of the changes from at the federal level are coming down very last minute, and right before changes are necessary to be made. And we may need to update some of our rules. So emergency rulemaking and other legislative things. What we have determined so far is a lot of these changes, again, happen out over time, but some of them that happen immediately, we're getting the guidance on it a little bit. We either don't have it or we anticipate getting it later. And that's where we're going to have to partner together with the legislature very closely. So it's a great question, Senator. How we implement these changes will specifically impact the outcome. And for many of them, we were here last year, and I want to acknowledge that, trying to estimate what those impacts are. At this point, now that we know, it will take us time, and it is too early to estimate those impacts, because how we implement it will change that. And a perfect example of that I've been out in the communities, and many of them, for them, the sky is falling and everyone's going to come off Medicaid. But what we know from the last couple of years doing redetermination is that was our sense before we did redetermination following the pandemic. And yet, through some of our operational implementation, we were able to reduce that impact and keep our uninsured rate up. And so I think it's important for us to acknowledge that at this point, the estimates that if we were to estimate what it is, that doesn't take into account what we have yet to determine are those implementation steps that would impact that.
The other thing that I think is also important is that there are some discretionary tools that we have. For example, in SNAP, as some of the individuals come off of potentially SNAP, you can go back to the previous slide, Brendan. You can come off of SNAP because of the eligibility requirements changing. There is some discretion that the state has that will allow us to that will allow us to be more planful with clients than folks on the ground may anticipate. And so we are assessing and leveraging those types of opportunities. That many of the things that had major financial changes go into effect over time. It's not the provider tax is not that dissimilar than what folks who've been around a long time might remember around things like IMD, the Institution for Mental Disease, where our federal rates come down over time. And so it gives us an opportunity to plan through those changes. There are also opportunities, which I haven't heard us talk about in federal legislation. There's $50 billion that is going to come down for a rural health fund. That will happen in the next couple of months, and we will have less than 6 weeks to respond, and that will be before the session. So I just want to point out that there are opportunities within what we're seeing at the federal level. Through the efforts that the state's going to make, us and providers are really going to work to ensure that those who are eligible for Medicaid continue to be eligible for Medicaid as we do that design work. There are some elements that I want to point out we don't have discretion on. And as we go through them, I'm going to identify those clearly. Brendan, next slide. So as you heard in the Medicaid program, there was a change immediately on July 4th that went into effect that Vermont would have a reduction for about $1.13 million for Planned Parenthood. That's a 1-year ban on Medicaid funds being able to go to our Planned Parenthood partners. I want folks to know that there is currently a federal injunction related to that, giving us more time, but that's one of the things that the agency will be submitting. And it's a good flow with the agency of administration so that we can problem solve around that. There's, as was previously brought up, the restrictions on Medicaid for non-citizens, a reduction in provider taxes.
We're going to wait.
Okay.
I can wait here.
Yep. Reduction in provider taxes that begin on 10/1. Again, I think this demonstrates that many of these changes happen not now, but over time. Related to the health insurance marketplace, what we see as a reduction in premium assistance and caps on the total amount that individuals can receive in the premium assistance program. And then there are major changes in individuals who can enroll in our program, restricting it for immigrant healthcare. The major financial changes, though, really are restricted to the federal Medicaid funding for Planned Parenthood, and that's immediate. The federal provider taxes and the elimination. Thanks, Calvin. And they'll be highlighted, and the major opportunity to participate in the Rural Health Funds program. Related to SNAP, you went through with Ledge Council the SNAP changes, so I'm going to pause there on those SNAP changes, and we can go through them. But the major changes this fiscal year that we have identified so far include the Medicaid program for Planned Parenthood, the elimination of the SNAP education funding, and then the opportunity for rural healthcare funds. Monitoring the fiscal elements for the future, it's reductions in and these are just estimates. And again, these go into place over time, allowing us to plan. We have the reductions in provider tax, the reductions for premium assistance, the SNAP administrative cost sharing, and and Vermont is in a good place when it comes to the cost sharing requirements for the benefits for SNAP. So there'll be zero cost sharing there. I know we have limited time, so I'm gonna pause.
Thank you. I think we have a couple of questions for you, and yeah.
I'm just, I'll be quick. It's hard to tell. Do you know how many, recipients in terms of the, immigrant and refugee population will be impacted by the Medicaid changes and the SNAP changes?
I do, at least for the Medicaid changes. For the 10-1 shift, there are between 500 and 600 enrollees who are refugees and asylum seekers who will no longer be eligible. For the restrictions on premium assistance for non-legal citizens that are less than 5 years in the country, which goes into effect on January 1 of 2026, it is approximately 100 current enrollees. And then for the restrictions on premium assistance for legal premium assistance restrictions, there are about 400 to 500 enrollees who are currently refugees, asylum seekers, and other non-legal citizens. So we have not been able to complete that analysis for SNAP at this point, but that gives you at least the Medicaid estimates, and we can follow up on the SNAP.
Can you send us those numbers? Because I don't write as fast as Teresa does.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, whether Representative Wood asked my question, but just the concern about having a safety net for these folks, I think going forward, there were funds in H91 and now are in the unencumbered world of general fund for bridges to help, which will also help in this area. So I won't ask that question. I will ask about the rural health piece. And it just goes back to the rules and guidance that are coming at some point and how very specific or detailed the rules and guidance is around that, and what role we will play legislatively. And then there are other folks, I know some are in the room now, primary care folks, F2HC folks, VMS folks, people who are very interested in how those funds will be appropriated. Just a general comment.
Yeah.
We'll get there. I know we'll get there.
I'm gonna ask a question and then I see that you have a question. I know you have a question. You said you said something about Medicaid enrollment. I hear you trying to keep us from worrying about the sky falling in, and I really, really appreciate that. And what you said about how during previous times of redetermination, we have not seen that many people leave Medicaid rolls. And then you also talked about sort of softening the landing for folks coming off SNAP. And I like, that just doesn't reflect the reality I live in. And so I don't, so we saw a big drop when redetermination happened, the way I read the numbers. And I guess I don't know what softening of losing SNAP.
Yeah, so let me take them one at a time.
Yeah.
When we looked at the uninsured rate this year, following redetermination for those who are uninsured, there's been little to no change.
Okay.
And so that's what I'm going on there. And what we can credit some of that work, what I would credit some of that work to, is that within the Department for Vermont Health Access, they run both eligibility determination for Medicaid and everyone knows this, and the exchange. And so they were able to work very closely with households to move them from Medicaid if they didn't have another insurance, to assess whether they had another insurance option, and to move them from Medicaid to the exchange. And I think that denotes success. I did go very quickly because I will be honest, I didn't want to repeat what you've heard already and from JFO, and that's somewhat what we had planned was a repeat. In the SNAP program, what you heard from JFO is that the work requirements will change and that there are individuals who would have had an exemption previously who were no longer eligible for SNAP benefits. Vermont has a number of discretionary eligible waivers that they can provide to individuals, and we will be able to use those discretionary waivers for a period of time to help people to help people make the transition from being SNAP eligible to being SNAP ineligible. My reasoning for putting both of those things out there is that what we know is that there are tools that we have that we can use to mitigate the impacts. And part of the reason for doing that is, one, to level set with everyone here, but you all are in your communities. And, just this week I was in Bennington and sitting with providers, and many of the providers there are who we need to engage in these solutions, but do not have all of the facts. And so they're going from inflated facts, and based on that are almost at the point of despair that it's going to be difficult to move people forward in assisting in the tasks that we have in front of us to mitigate the impact. And so that's why I think it's important for us to both note that these changes will take place over time, allowing us to do planning, and that Vermont has a strong record of other federal changes, whether they're fiscal changes like IMD or the redetermination changes, of mitigating the impact of federal changes.
Yeah, I just want to repeat my earlier question on fiscal office. There's estimates out there that said 45,000 people would lose their health insurance to the Medicaid change. They pointed to you, that came from your shop. Where did you get that number? What I heard you just say is a non-citizen, which is clearly a change in who's covered. It might be 500 people. So where did the other 44,000 come from?
So I want to take a step back and recognize that we know that the immigrant changes, which are happening very soon, because we've been able to calculate those. Before the end of the legislative session, we were looking at what was the potential federal changes, and we didn't know the timing of when those would go into place or actually what they were. And so we drew on two things to create those estimates. What were other states experiencing implementing work requirements, and what was our experience doing determinations several years ago, not in this past redetermination period. And based on those estimates, we were looking at what would potentially be the impact. That is if we did nothing. If we changed nothing today related to the way that we do redeterminations. And at this point, I've continuing to perpetuate that as the number of people who are going to lose health insurance, I think is in many cases, it is not fully responsible for us as an agency to do. Because we know there are things that we are going to do to mitigate, to plan and to shift the outcome in order to make sure that individuals who are eligible for Medicaid still have access. And so that number, I no longer believe is accurate. And so I would like us, we as an agency are moving away from that. And as I said, we don't have an accurate estimate at this point about the number of people who are going to fall off of Medicaid. We've never implemented work requirements here in the state of Vermont. And we have not recently done redetermination on a 6-month basis.
Thank you.
When you send over those numbers that you're reading to us, can you do an age breakdown if possible?
We'll see what we can do.
Okay, thank you. And then, this is a little bit out of left field, and we have a statutory obligation to hear an update from you on the federal matching funds for the Maple Mountain Family Medicine Medical Residency Program. So if you could just.
I know that you all have some time limitations today, so I'm also happy to send something over in writing if you would.
That would be lovely.
If you would prefer.
If you could give a few sentences and then send something over, that would be great.
We do not anticipate CMS approval or CMS extending the Medicaid funds for workforce development at this point in time. And so I think it's probably best for us to leave it there, and I can provide you a much more detailed outline of the reasons why.
Thank you, and we can dive into it in September.
We can dive into it, yeah.
Thank you very much. Do you want to trade? Yeah. Here, thank you for running your slides. I'm sorry about that.
I didn't do my time.
To the merit, sorry.
The music didn't even try.
Okay. Right, good afternoon, Zoe Saunders, Secretary of Education. Federal funding in education has been very uncertain over the last several months. There have been several programs in question over the span of about 4 months. I think what's really unique about the education context is those funds were resourcing projects that were underway or were being planned for the 25-26 school year. So I'm pleased to say that those funds have been restored. And so that is the positive and the upside that I can communicate today that I wouldn't have been able to say a week ago. So what I'm going to walk through is just the timeline of what's occurred over the last year as it relates to funding impacts more immediately on the education sector, and then preview for you what we are anticipating and monitoring as we move into fiscal year 26 and beyond. So first, I'll start with the federal title programs. We had expected to have flat funding for all title programs as because of the Continuing Resolution Act that was passed by Congress and approved by the President. I will share that this overall cycle has been really unprecedented in terms of the number of delays to the process. This usually goes forward as a well-oiled machine of when we can expect to receive the preliminary allocations and then getting those grant awards on June 30th. So the delays in this process, certainly raised alarm bells for us and something we were really monitoring very closely. We received the preliminary allocations late, and when we did that, there were certain programs that we did not receive preliminary allocations for. So it certainly created questions around whether those funds would come through. And then on June 30th, we did receive notification that some of the programs would be withheld. What was surprising is that for one of those programs, Title 4A, we had actually received preliminary allocations. So that did come as a surprise. I will note that our team has been really proactive in messaging to the field. So when we received those delays related to those specific programs in terms of the initial allocation, we provided guidance early to our districts in terms of how they could bring down the dollars for those that were more confident would come through on July 1st. So we were one of the first states actually to provide that guidance to the field and being able to adjust their applications to draw down those funds. So I'll share in a moment on the next slide, the particular program funds that were withheld. Again, these were dollars that had already been approved by Congress and signed into law by the President. And so there was work that we did in terms of our partnership with our delegation. Vermont also joined a multi-state lawsuit around this particular withholding of funds. Pleased to share that we received notification last Friday that those program dollars that were being withheld will be released starting on July 28th. We have received those grant award notifications and we're reviewing them. At this time, they're consistent with what we would expect to receive based on the continuing resolution. These are the programs that were temporarily withheld. Important to note only as we think about the future and understanding where there may be areas of vulnerability. So the specific programs related to funding for migrant students, also funding for Title 2A, which is our professional development for teachers, Title 4A, which provides resources for a well-rounded education and academic support, Title 4B, which impacts the summer and after-school programs, and our adult education and literacy programs. We are really pleased that the funds are now going to be available and that our districts can move forward with resourcing critical services with these dollars that have been promised. I do want to call out that there has been an impact in terms of the delay. So some summer programs, because of the delay, might have pared back some of their programs and resources Potentially, there's an impact on some of the training and development programs that were scheduled for August, simply because of the timing of when districts would need to enter into these contracts and hire staff. So it has been very disruptive to the education sector, so I don't want to undermine that, but we are very pleased that now those dollars are going to be made, are available. And we're working to make sure that our districts have those through their grant management system. The other impact on education that occurred earlier in the spring was related to late liquidation requests. So through the COVID relief dollars under the Biden administration, there was approval to extend those funds to support critical projects that were part of the allowable expenses under that program. Then under the Trump administration, they did reverse approval for those programs. That was funding projects that were already underway, including projects related to tutoring and construction and a number of other really critical projects that had already been approved. I want to really thank Senator Sanders' office and Senator Sanders himself for working very closely with us to ensure that those dollars could be made available, and also supporting us directly in submitting waivers. So when those dollars their approval for those dollars were reversed, there was a process put into place to apply for waivers. And at the Agency of Education, we supported our districts in submitting waivers at the time before this decision, at the time before the funds became available. We had 79 projects that we had submitted in terms of a waiver request. We had received one denial and one approval, and the other were pending at the time that the changes happened. So on June 26th, we did have received notice that there would be flexibility and that now those funds would be made available. This was U.S. Department of Education communicated this as an issue of equity and fairness. There were states that had joined a lawsuit and an injunction, and they were actually able to access these funds. And so it was an issue for states that were not part of this lawsuit accessing those dollars. So that now allowed all of the states to be able to access those approved funds. I do want to call out that in addition to the funding being rescinded, then waiver process being implemented, in addition to that, there's a lot of administrative changes that have occurred over this time, which requires a lot of different accounting in terms of in terms of eligibility for approval. So the actual process of reimbursement has changed significantly, which is why the Agency of Education is providing a lot of intensive support to our districts to ensure that we can appropriately request those reimbursements according to these new requirements. I do want to call out that there's also some challenges in terms of timing of when projects were approved and when this relief came into place. And so we are in the process of working with USAID to identify those amounts that are still outstanding. And there are about $7 million that are in question right now that we are continuing to work through in providing information to USAID and working with our congressional delegation to that our districts can access those funds. So as we look forward,
Before you go forward, can you summarize about how many dollars are still outstanding that you're expecting from all of it?
So with the 79 projects that we submitted, it's about $11 million in requests, and it's about $7 million that right now are in question.
They're still waiting on, okay, thank you.
As we look forward, it's likely that there will be a continuing resolution, which could be a positive development in terms of continuing to have stable funding moving forward. Our thoughts on that are simply because it seems a little challenging to get to that budget by the end of September. So we're certainly tracking that. In terms of the impacts of the big beautiful bill, we're looking at how changes to Medicaid would impact school-based Medicaid programs related to changes in eligibility and funding. Also an impact on nutrition assistance program. That's really related to the eligibility criteria is changing and what that means for funding. I do think it's important, to note here that those changes would have a potential downstream effect, meaning a delayed impact, that would look like in education, on potentially, incurring more costs for the school meals program. The earliest we are anticipating, that could play out would be fiscal year 28. In terms of the president's fiscal year 26 budget proposal, there are some programs that are vulnerable or could potentially experience cuts. And those include the Title I-C migrant program, Title II-A for education professional development, Title III-E for English learners. So that's something we're continuing to monitor and track as we move forward. I think through this process, the agency has been really clear-eyed around the potential impacts on our district and been very proactive in communicating to the field and providing support to our districts. We are continuing to host weekly office hours with districts to support them with the reimbursement process for the late liquidation dollars, as I mentioned. There's some of a cumbersome process now in place with the additional accounting requirements. So we do receive regular participation from anywhere from about 7 to 10 districts participating on those calls on a weekly basis. Just one, those are the numbers. Additionally, our team is providing one-on-one technical assistance to districts to really maximize the federal dollars that are available to them. We've been proactive in exercising all the flexibilities that are within our purview as a state agency. Examples are included here on the slide. Specific to Title IV-A, in a normal year, your budget has to be allocated a certain proportion of dollars to fund specific priorities within that program. Given the withholding of the fund, we were able to actually exercise flexibility to allow districts to spend wherever they deem to be most important for the needs of their students. We also provided guidance around how to avoid violating supplement versus the plan. Because some districts, given the uncertainty with federal funding, we're accessing local dollars to cover expenses, which is allowable during a period of when federal dollars are in sequestration. So we were able to provide that guidance. And also just really thinking clearly around what are those allowable expenses and how to draw down those funds in a strategic way. So the agency is really well positioned to continue to support districts in navigating the uncertainty, and definitely want to give a particular shout out to our finance team and our comprehensive federal programs team. It's been really intensively working with districts on a day-to-day basis.
I'll say that I was a bit taken aback by reading about your hiring freeze in the paper, and I'm wondering how that fits into the federal fiscal landscape and how you anticipate being able to do the enormous amount of work that we all work together to give to you for these upcoming few years.
So hiring freeze is a very specific term within the context of state government.
Yeah.
So I would call that what I put in place was a hiring pause. So there were, and reevaluation. So what we were looking at is there were certain positions that were fully funded by federal dollars that were being withheld. And it was an opportunity for those vacancies to look at job descriptions for those particular roles to ensure that we could staff appropriately with the funds that are available so we can sustain those positions. And so it's really part of a broader effort as the agency as we're looking at how we're maximizing the resources that we have at our disposal and leveraging the skills and expertise of all team members. So we are not on a hiring freeze, but we are certainly thoughtfully reviewing our vacancies and looking at those job descriptions to ensure that they are being crafted in a way that's going to best support the priorities of the state. So we are not on a hiring freeze, but we are thoughtfully reviewing certain job descriptions to make sure that we're hiring for the right expertise that we need at this time.
And if I may, at a state level, we continue to monitor and assess, as I've said, and at this point, we are not issuing any sort of statewide mandate for action. But encouraging secretaries and commissioners as they manage their budget, just like they would in any year. If you know you're facing financial pressures, like just be cognizant of that when you make decisions, which I view as kind of regular financial monitoring, unless and until we get to a point where we really need to be more clear and more put more solid brakes on our spending. We're not there yet statewide.
And I would love to have a conversation soon. It doesn't have to be right now, right here, about your hiring pause and the speed of the unpausing to better understand, to make sure that you'll have the capacity to do all the work that you.
So what I want to be really clear on, it was a pause that we were working on internally with the leadership team on certain roles. We have not put a pause on hiring for some critical roles. They've continued to go
When
through
does the pause
recruitment.
stop pausing?
What's
The pause.
So I think that we are continuing to hire for critical roles. There are certain positions we're pausing to reevaluate before going out to fill vacancies. But we have actively been recruiting, and are in interview process and have, offered positions over the course of the last several weeks. So I don't want you to be concerned.
Great, appreciate that.
And the message was an internal communication to our staff around how we are reviewing our procedures.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you all very much for all that you're doing in this incredible uncertainty. And I think the federal congressional team is next up, and I'm sorry that we're running a little bit late.
No worries. Two of my colleagues are online.
I see them.
Excellent.
Hello, Katie and Jessica.
Do you want me to sit here?
Yes.
So we're doing it as a
No, we want you to go in the hallway and zoom in. I'm just
Okay,
kidding.
I could do that. I could go home, zoom in from there. I can see them now too.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Shall we introduce ourselves first? I'll turn it over to Senator Sanders' staff as the senior senator to introduce herself first.
Hi, everyone. Sorry I can't be there in person with you today. I think all of you and I can see most of you. So thanks for bearing with me. And I want to save most time for your questions. For the record, my name is Catherine Van Haste and I'm State Director for Senator Sanders.
And I'll go next. Robin Lunge. Many of you knew me under my old hat, where I most recently came from the Green Mountain Care Board, but I've joined Senator Welch's team in the Vermont office, and I cover healthcare and immigration, but I'm here representing the office today. Turn it over to Jess.
Good afternoon. For the record, I am Jessica Nordhaus, Director of Community Outreach for Congresswoman Ballin.
Okay, I feel like I need to moderate because I'm in the room.
That's great. I would love for you to do that because I think you three have a plan and I don't want to interfere with it.
That's great. So Katie, do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah. And again, like I said in my intro, I want to leave as much time as possible for any questions you have, as opposed to guessing what you might be interested in. So I'll just sort of speak high level as to where we are now and some thoughts on moving forward. I've been able to listen to some of your testimony here today. I will say that I appreciate Secretary Samuelson's optimism, but I can't say that I share it. I frankly think that the committee is probably concerned that the sky is falling. Things aren't good, and I would be doing you a disservice in suggesting that they are or that they will be okay. I really think it's important that we acknowledge that. I think that the situation that Secretary Saunders just described with the education funds are a good example of how uncertain our current landscape is and how it continues to shift under our feet. Senator Sanders, as ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, was very glad to be able to work directly with Secretary Saunders, work directly with Secretary McMahon at USED to get those funds unfrozen, to get Vermont the fundings that it deserved and should have had to begin with. That was a win. I don't want to pretend it wasn't a win, but it never should have happened in the first place. So we're in this position of having to fight for things that we already are owed, let alone now this new set of cuts that we are hurtling towards. I really would encourage this committee and your colleagues throughout the Senate and the Vermont House to recognize that this is not time for business as usual. It's not time for partisan politics at the state level, to be quite honest. We need our state legislators to really be able to message the idea that what you all know is true. You do not have the ability to maintain a deficit the way the federal government does. You have to balance your budget. I don't envy you all. I don't know, to be perfectly honest with you, how you are going to approach balancing a budget that has just had a giant hole sliced in it from federal funding. It's not going to be easy. The Reconciliation Act and the federal rescissions package together are going to harm Vermonters, and I don't know how the Vermont legislature is going to stem that harm without causing a loss of services for Vermonters. I just don't know that it's possible. And I do not say that lightly. I really would encourage you all to communicate with our offices more than ever before, and perhaps differently than ever before. I know that Senator Sanders, as I have offered regularly that our staff can be an extension of your staff. As ranking member of the Help Committee, we have a tremendous number of people working in our office, and they specialize in healthcare, they specialize in education, they specialize in labor issues. I am biased, but I will tell you these are some of the smartest people I have ever met, and they can be a resource to all of you who do not have staff and to the people of Vermont. And we really mean that. Bernie means that when he says that, he said it to some of you. We truly, in this space, work for you, with you, and we want to be a partner. If you need data, if you need information, if you need research done, let us know. We will help you. But please hear me when I say you have to tell us what you need. The one thing we do not have is the resources to follow the work of the legislature. We need to know what you're working on to be able to help you. We're just not in a position where we're monitoring the ins and outs, the day-to-day of the legislature's work. I wish we were. But if you tell us you need us, we are there. In return, I would just conclude by saying that we also need you in this fight. And I don't say that in a partisan way. I think that state legislatures have a unique position here to be able to speak to the harm that is going to be caused on the ground with human beings. That harm is not going to care if you voted for a Republican or you voted for a Democrat, whether you've done so for your whole life or the first time. It is not going to matter if you are upper class, middle class, working class. You are going to be harmed by what is ahead of us. And we need state legislators to be able to explain to us what that harm is going to look like. I will say that when we were looking at the reconciliation legislation moving forward, I did not hear from Vermont legislators about what your concerns were. We heard about one provision from members of the legislature. It was a provision related to AI. Other state legislators across the country also spoke to their concerns about that provision. I don't think that was a partisan concern. It was a state autonomy concern. That concern was shared with members of Congress across the aisle, and an amendment was drafted to address that concern, and that provision of the bill was stripped. That, to me, is an example of what can happen when state legislators speak up for how this bill at the federal level will impact states, and we need more of that. We need to know what your concerns are, what these harms might be, and we will then work with you at every level that we can to help solve them. But once they're in law, it is much harder for us to try to undo the damage. There are a bunch of bills potentially being introduced that would hopefully limit the damage of what we're seeing right now, but I don't want to pretend that those are likely to pass. We just passed these bills. They were supported by the majority of the Senate and the majority of the House and by the President of the United States. They passed because they were supported by those majorities, and it is unlikely that we're going to see those changes soon. Those changes are going to happen when there is a very coordinated and organized effort to explain why some of those provisions were problematic. We need that information to be shared with us, and we stand ready to work with you however we can to protect Vermonters and to keep federal funding that Vermont relies on coming into your work so that you can pass legislation to continue to support and protect our shared constituents. I'll stop there.
Okay, I'll jump in next. So I think one of the things to keep your eyes on is the federal appropriations process. There's sort of a small package of bipartisan pieces of the Appropriations Acts that are moving forward, maybe this week, but maybe not until after the August recess, whenever that starts. The appropriations bills do pass sometimes as 12 different bills, sometimes they're combined. So it's not like here where you have one bill and it's easy to follow. But I think we'll certainly be keeping our eye on those bills and trying to help you understand where there might be impacts that would impact the state budget. So that's certainly a package of things that could be coming down the pike. There's also been some news reporting that there could be another rescissions package, maybe on education. That's, again, I'm getting that from news reporting. I don't have any inside information there, but those are the types of bills that I think your staff is going to have to keep an eye on to understand what additional impacts you might be seeing. As Katie said, there are some bills this week that have been introduced to push back on some of the provisions in the OBBA. That includes a caucus-wide introduction of a full repeal and an extension of the ARPA premium tax credits, which are currently set to expire this fall for next calendar year's insurance. There's a Restoring Essential Healthcare Act, which would repeal the prohibition on Medicaid contracting with Planned Parenthood. And Senator Welch has introduced repeal of the Medicaid copayment provision, which is paid for by repealing some limitations on which drugs Medicare can negotiate for. So again, to Katie's point, these may or may not go anywhere, but I think from my boss's perspective, he feels very strongly that there are provisions in this bill that were really harmful to Vermonters and on average will be, over the course of the whole bill, will be harmful to the state. And he is certainly going to fight to do whatever he can to remedy that. In terms of working together, I totally echo everything Katie said. I've worked with many of your staff in the past when I was at Legislative Council. They have my phone number. People should feel free to call. I think any of us at any time. Senator Welch, his committees of jurisdiction are the Senate Ag Committee, where he's the ranking member on the Rural Development Subcommittee. So certainly there are folks in our office who can help with Ag, USDA, SNAP benefits. Judiciary Committee, which I think has limited impacts on the state policy. Finance, which includes Medicare, Medicaid, CHIP, TANF, and social services programs. So we have folks in DC and in our office who work on all these issues. We are happy to work together with you. Please give us a call when you need help. And certainly I'll do my best to keep, if I notice things, having been at the intersection of the state budget and federal programs, sometimes I spot things. I certainly will pass those along to your staff as I see them. I want to make sure Jessica has a little bit of time to talk as well. And then we want to make sure you have questions answered.
Thanks to both of my colleagues from the senator's offices. On the House side, things are looking a little different. We have heard, again, I'll echo Robin, and this may not come as a surprise to you, but we are not receiving information from the administration or the Republican leadership. And so we often hear about what's coming down through our partners at the state or through our constituents or by reading the news. So that is really important to us that we stay in close touch around that. But one of the things that has been signaled is that there may be one or two more reconciliation bills coming in the 119th. Mike Johnson has indicated that the first or the the OBB Part 2, if it happens, would be for FY '26. And that they would try to work on that this fall, and then that there may be another stab at it in '26. The goal is to really replace the provisions that were stripped out of the big bill when it went through the bird bath. And so there would be an effort to modify the language to try and push those through, and that might include examples are prohibiting Medicaid coverage of gender affirming surgeries or banning non-citizens from Medicaid programs in its entirety. As Robin also indicated, the appropriations project is ongoing and way behind with the way it is usually scheduled. So the House has only approved 2 of the 12 bills, and they have precious little time in September to get through the rest of those bills. So there's a strong possibility of another continuing resolution if we're going to keep the government funded. And then there are key programs that would need to be extended or not extended, including TANF authorization, Medicare, Medicaid, Medicare, including extension of community health center funding, GME programs, Medicare payments to low volume hospitals, national flood insurance, and SNAP, rural development, and other ag research and conservation programs. Congresswoman Balint serves on the Budget and Judiciary Committees. She's actively working to try to restore federal health insurance programs, knowing that cuts to one program impacts the cost of everybody's premiums and access to health care. And on the Judiciary Committee, she is pushing back on Republicans' mass deportation and agenda and illegal detentions. And that is a role that we play in the state that is impacting lots of our residents and citizens. She continues to focus on policy that supports housing and mental health care. And I think I'd like to say going forward, we so value our partnerships with state agencies. Really important for us to understand how shifts in policy impact Vermonters and also how federal policy can be improved to help Vermonters. And then we're grateful to state employees who are always gracious about accepting a warm handoff when a constituent needs help with a federal agency. So that's another role that our offices continue to play. We are not quite as well staffed as the good Senator Sanders, but we are always willing to help and happy to coordinate those services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from anyone? Yeah.
So this is in light of the, tell you what we need. There's, HUD funding packages being worked on right now, and Vermont's, potentially facing around 1,100 households losing their support by the end of this year. Vermont's already facing record-breaking homelessness numbers, and we have right now, this is before those potential cuts happen, we have nearly 18% of all of Vermont's children are homeless. 18% of Vermont's children. So whatever you can do to make sure that we don't further lose any kind of housing subsidies at this point in time would be helpful. The end. Thank you.
May I ask who just shared that? I can only see your arm.
Yeah. Representative, my arm is good, that's all I want. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Chair of House Human Services.
Yeah. I really appreciate you all being here. I know it's not the way we usually do business, but it seems like these are unprecedented times and we need to strengthen our communication to be more regular and less haphazard. So I'm hoping this can be the beginning of a lot more information sharing in all directions. And I appreciate you all for taking the time. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having us.
Listen, it might be useful just to have contact
I was just
information
gonna
for each of
say,
you.
yeah, if you could just send our group all your contact
May have
info,
it, but we may
Absolutely.
not have the-
then we have it in one place.
Karen can send that around to all of us.
That's
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can add one thing, I'm sorry, before we go, I would just say and offer that all three state directors have made in the past is that we are happy to come to each of your committees and give you the sort of 101 about how our offices work, how we work together, how we handle casework, appropriations, congressionally directed spending, project requests, the kind of soup to nuts of our world and how it's similar to yours and how it's different. So if that's something your committee hasn't done and you'd like to, we're happy to take the second year of the biennium to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for having us.
Thank you, and we'll pass it
Thank
on to
you.
all the chairs.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, next up, and right on the heels of Representative Wood's comments, we have Miranda Gray joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. For the record, Miranda Gray, I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Economic Services Division, standing in for Commissioner Winters, who is on a much-deserved leave right now, enjoying some vacation time. I also have with me in case—
Miranda, you're very garbly. I don't know if you could be closer to something, like a microphone.
Is this better?
It is, thank you.
You're welcome. No, thank you for letting me know. I will start over. For the record, Miranda Gray, I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Economic Services Division, standing in for Commissioner Winters, who's on vacation this week. I also have with me Lily Sojourner, the Director of the Office of Economic Opportunity, in case there are any questions that she might better answer for you all. So I was asked to respond to 3 questions. So unless there is any change, I will just jump into those and then happy to take questions. Okay. So
Thank you.
I know that you're behind, so I will try to be expedient, but not too fast. So first, I was asked for the status of individuals that have exited the GA program. Typically speaking, the General Assistance Housing Program doesn't receive formal notification when clients exit the program or information regarding where they go to. In most cases, clients simply discontinue submitting applications for assistance. However, for a subset of clients who engage with case managers or service providers from the Department of Aging and Independent Living, Department of Mental Health, the REACHER program that is housed in Economic Services, and the Vermont Chronic Care Initiative nurses, during the executive order, we were able to gather additional insights into their housing plans and the barriers they face. So I'm going to share that with you all today. Am I okay? Am I garbly again? Okay. Sorry.
You're a little garbly.
A little garbly. It could also be me. The Adult Services Division for Dale serves 70 individuals over state fiscal year 25. 48 of these individuals transitioned out of the program as of June 30th. I wanted to give you a little sense of the top 4 places that people went. People secured an apartment. People moved into a facility, including nursing facility, residential care home, or assisted living. And we also had a population who was determined to no longer be eligible for choices for care. And then the other top place that people did is they private paid to be able to stay in the hotel where they were. The REACHER program within Economic Services also worked closely with REACHER participants in the General Assistance Program, and then other families that were not eligible for REACHER, who were not already connected to a case manager. So this is not a typical body of work, but we wanted to help provide some additional support. The REACHER program worked with 282 families under the executive order. 119 of those families were on REACH Up, and 163 were not eligible for REACH Up. The housing plan for families for July 1st ranged from moving into an apartment, which was true for 44 families, living with family, staying with friends, renting rooms, and several families choosing to also self-pay at hotels. To try to better understand plans that were made versus where the families really ended up, ESD has asked case managers to provide a 30-day update, which we will be gathering soon. However, this will only be for those on REACH Up. Non-REACH Up families were transitioned to community case managers if they wanted, and there were resources available. But there's no statewide case management system to capture data at this level. So we're really just trying to get a subset of this information, knowing that everyone would like this information. The Agency of Human Services collaborated with the Area Agencies on Aging and the Vermont Chronic Care Initiative nurses to provide outreach and care coordinations to 191 individuals who met the medically vulnerable criteria. While many of these individuals were successfully connected to services and providers, the available services were not specifically focused on helping people secure housing. 24 individuals were not reachable and 51 declined our assistance. We also had a group across all of the various groups who, despite multiple outreach attempts, including phone calls and in-person visits to the hotel rooms, that individuals just did not respond. It should also be noted that the level of engagement from households did vary from actively engaged to little to no engagement. Many individuals wanted housing assistance but did not want to address other social needs during their housing crisis. Many individuals had arranged plans for the end of their hotel stay, which commonly included returning to live with friends or family. Some were secured placements in nursing facilities, while others opted to self-pay. We do not have a clear understanding of how many individuals ultimately became unsheltered. However, only a small number of cases, 4 statewide, were brought to our complex care teams by local communities through July 1st. And those complex care teams are through our field services, so those that are out and connected to our community partners. A number of individuals also initially reported having no plan or alternative option, but managed to find a solution as the July 1st deadline approached. Some of the common barriers that we found included the lack of affordable housing that is available, poor rental history, so those that had evictions, had owed back rent, they have pets, wanting their pets to be able to stay with them, having partners or spouses who act as caregivers and did not want to be separated from them. They had a justice-involved history.
Miranda?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again. One question, is it safe to assume that you're gonna send us this testimony so that we can review it ourselves?
These were just talking points, but I'm happy to put something together for you if you'd like.
Yeah, I think having sort of the numbers of where people are and where they've gone in writing would be a really helpful update for us.
Sure, and again, it's just because this is a small subset, right? This isn't the typical, what we know of everyone that is MGA, but happy to do that.
I was really sort of just imagining this would match a lot of the updates that we've heard in the past regarding sort of GA housing and where people are from. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just, sorry, Miranda.
In terms of just some degree of precision around what you do know and what you don't know.
Right, and this was just because we have now for a subset more information than I normally am able to tell you. Typically, I cannot tell you where people went. And so knowing that usually a desire, I was trying to do that. But if you want me to move along, I'm happy to do that too.
Well, part of the reason I asked about if you have written testimony for us is because we still can't really understand you very well.
If you want to give me
I don't think it's you personally. I think it's a computer thing.
It's a computer.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry.
I don't think it's your fault.
Do you want me to keep going or?
I don't know if it's worth trying.
It's hard. It's very
yeah.
hard to
Okay.
understand you.
I think we shouldn't. So if you could send us something written up in response to the questions, that would be helpful. And then maybe we could attempt 1 or 2 questions for you and see how that goes. I'm so sorry. Representative Wood, did you have a question before?
I do have a couple of questions. One of the things that I just use as an example, I received an email this morning. Can you understand us here? You can, okay, all right. So it's just one line. So one of the things that is concerning to us is that I'm continually getting information about people who I think that we would all classify as being very vulnerable. This morning was a most recent one with an older individual on oxygen, uses a wheelchair. Her 80th day was today, and she has no place to go. And it's hard to imagine these people on the streets, but that's where they are. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is that the department is going to do moving forward. And I realize this is part of a larger conversation about what you have in terms of plans to, transition to a more sane system. I realize that's also a value statement on the current system. I understand that. And what we are hearing is that, the hotels right now, unless you have more up-to-date information, are underutilized. You're not at the 1,100 person cap. Is that accurate?
So I can hear you. And is this better on your end now for me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. AirPods for the win. So we are not at the 1,100 room cap. We are at 649 households as of this Tuesday. We are seeing about 50 new households per week just in this month, to give you a sense. And you were correct, Rep Wood. We are trying. I think that was the third question that I was asked, is like transitioning from the GA motel hotel program. Like, what are we trying to do? And we continue to engage with the community partners to establish new shelter beds. We have expanded projects to generate an additional 73 households, so 73 more households that will be able to go by the end of this calendar year. This includes additional capacity in Burlington and Rutland. And again, you are sitting in a place where I can't see you. I get the arm too, so that's okay. Well, I can see, I just can't see your face to see like, yes, this is what you're looking for or not. We are also bringing on additional capacity for seasonal shelter beds. That's 42 beds that will operate during the winter. And we had done some expanded scatter site emergency shelter apartments, which we find to be an effective model for families, and that will be in Rutland, Springfield, and Central Vermont communities. And we acknowledge that we need more shelter capacity. We have been trying, we engage, we are happy to go to any community that wants to talk with us about it, but it continues to be, a challenge for all the reasons that it takes time and money, a community that feels that they can take on a shelter, and of course, having the staffing to be able to have more beds. We also have the department and VHCB are making investments now that will also bring on additional capacity in state fiscal year 27, and that's in St. Johnsbury, Rutland, Hartford, and Brattleboro. I should also
go ahead.
I should also add that we know that there are households who have days left to be able to stay in hotels, but they are making a choice to save their days. So even before we got to July 1st, we heard from households that, no, I don't want to renew. I'm going to save my days for when the weather is cooler. So there are some folks who are potentially unsheltered right now who are saving their days for when it is cooler weather.
Okay, so I mean, and that's an option for sure. I guess it is troubling because what I continue to hear is that, well, we need to continue to build shelter beds. Okay, we're never going to go from 602 shelter beds to 5,000 shelter beds. That's not going to be a reality. Yet what we're doing now should also not be a reality, which is, if there's space and there are resources, which there should be exceptions being made for people who've got significant healthcare issues, on oxygen, in a wheelchair, reaching their 80-day limit. And there should be a way for people like that to be able to continue to be sheltered without it having to be a legislative action. It just befuddles me. I'll just be honest about that. It's more than a handful of people who are in that situation. And so to have people, literally living on the streets, and you talk about communities being willing, we have heard over and over again from communities the impact of the number of people who are homeless in their various communities. And so, of course, we would do anything that we can to assist in helping a community to be, welcoming of any kind of expansion that you're talking about. But I just find it unconscionable that we have resources that we're not spending, and we have people with very significant needs that are being exited from motels.
Understood.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, understood. And the law is very clear about people only having 80 days and there isn't exceptions. So, but I do understand and hear what you're saying. I'm not sure if Director Sojourner wants to add anything about, the other sheltering options in conversations, as she is certainly in even more of those conversations than I am.
Have you requested any flexibility from the legislature? Have you requested anything with regard to that? An emergency rule, given the fact that you have resources and you know that people are in this situation?
We have not today requested anything of the legislature.
Right.
Oh, so, thank you, Miranda. It will be helpful to see your responses in writing, so that we can fully understand where you are. I want to echo some of the comments, from almost all the comments from Representative Wood in terms of the transition from the motel hotel program. And I understand, of course, that the budget presentation will be significant in that. But what role are you playing, you along with others at DCF, in making recommendations about improving outcomes for folks who are unhoused? And I include in that, how are the field directors going to be utilized to identify what the needs are for folks who are currently unhoused or in, I know you say once they're unhoused, you lose track, but how are you taking care of folks? I guess it's probably impossible for you to answer the question right now, but I think it's going to be absolutely critical that when the budget comes around, that we see some improvement in recommendations. Understanding that comes from the fifth floor, but it comes with recommendations from DCF, including economic services. So this has become an extremely frustrating place for all of us. I think we all feel uncomfortable. It's gone on too long, but I do think, please understand that this needs to be resolved. We thought that we had a good start with H91. That didn't happen. You weren't the one who didn't sign the bill. But I do think the message here is please stay engaged and involved in moving that transition as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Senator. I hear you. And yes, we are certainly engaged. And as you noted, not able to speak about it, but we are having a lot of conversations. And I would say in the interim, you're right, our field service directors are a resource. If you are hearing from constituents, right, that is, we can work with people. We do have the complex care case coordination. So understanding it and trying to make sure that we're getting people connected to the appropriate resources and to case management if they don't have case management, so that we can help them find a permanent solution.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate some of your generosity about the idea that we wouldn't be able to know where people are, Senator Lyons, but there actually aren't that many people in the whole state. And I know, at least in my county, local providers are fairly aware of each individual and how they're living. And so it seems like it should be possible for us to make data-driven decisions based on that data if we could gather it together. So I thank you both for your time and look forward to your written testimony and maybe for a request for some emergency rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are a little bit behind schedule, all going to work out in the end. And we are moving to developmental services payment reform. So folks, there's a full report due for this in September, where we'll spend much more time and have a full presentation of that in September. And this is sort of an interim check-in. And I thought, given the number of folks who wanted to testify and that we still have that, we're still moving towards the final report, it might be helpful for folks, ask committee members to review the testimony and really just to go to Q&A. So I'm gonna move us into questions if anyone has one or anything anyone wants to say. Yeah.
I just, Madam Chair, are we to direct it to certain people in the audience or are we to?
Or everyone could come up, or folks, I have an idea. I'm wondering if the folks in the front row who are not here to testify on this particular agenda item to a new seat, and folks who do want to testify on this agenda item to move to the front row, and that would at least give us some visual clarity.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking. So sorry to my legislative colleague. And so I would say, rather than directing your question personally, I would say you could say like provider, jail.
Do you want me to start off?
Impacted person, however you want to do it. Yeah, please do. Yeah, indeed. The floor is yours.
All right. So, probably won't come as a surprise that I have a number of questions. And thank you all for being here, for some of you for sitting through the whole afternoon, and I really appreciate it. Just for some context, I want to make sure that the audience and the rest of the committee understands that there's actually 3 significant change processes underway right now. So it's a needs assessment process, it's payment reform, and it's conflict-free case management, all of which have some interrelation, but they're really 3 separate processes that relate to one another. And it's massive change. So, you know, recognition and appreciation for, you know, we've been at this for over 7 years in terms of this process. It took a brief, not so brief, you know, hiatus during COVID, and then, you know, back at it now. So I just thought it's important for people to understand that this is a very significant change in the designated agency and specialized service agency system and payment reform. So I guess I just have like a couple of really basic questions. One is there are things that in the governor's budget, there were requests for additional resources, which were provided, particularly around conflict-free case management, which is supposed to be fully implemented by October 1st. And there's also a relatively new agreement with organization called PCG for administering the CIS-A and doing initial eligibility. We never received any request for new funding for that. So I guess one of my questions is, I'm wanting to be assured that there's not money being reduced from designated agencies and SSAs for that. So that would be directed to the department, I believe. And then I'm wondering, because we have such massive changes happening at one time, if there's any consideration being given to, I guess what I would essentially call a hold harmless year during implementation, while all these changes are being undertaken, and we don't really know until the actual changes happen what the specific impact is going to be. I've heard estimates that, you know, up to over 50% of individuals may have some significant changes in their services, and there's an exception process, but if it really is that high, then that would seem to be an awful lot of exceptions to review in a very short period of time. So interested in hearing some responses to those questions.
And if you want to come up when you answer, that would be great.
Okay.
Thanks. It's just the,
We might be moving back.
Mike,
you might be moving back and forth. Yeah.
Well, I can speak loudly and I can do it from here.
The mic won't pick you up.
Oh,
for the
yeah.
at home audience.
Why don't I come here?
Thank you, Commissioner Bowen.
Really appreciate it. Sorry for the weird way we're doing this.
Okay, I'm Dr. Bowen, Jill Bowen. I'm Commissioner for Dale Department of Disabilities, Aging and Independent Living. And happy to answer the questions. We'll get right to it. We did submit a report. We have the details in there. So let's see. There's 3 processes you referenced: needs assessment, the payment reform, and conflict-free case management, which we do see as very related one to the other. The funding that was requested was specifically for conflict-free case management, and that includes some of the efforts that we're doing that is for contractors, and I think Jen probably could answer that particular question more specifically, but also for staff to focus on data analysis, quality oversight, and that's for both the DS system, but there's also the 3 positions for the DS and 2 for the adult services. So as far as ensuring that we have sufficient funds and that nothing's being told from the designated agencies to apply someplace else. The entire system is designed to take into account what is currently happening with the designated agencies. How much are they currently providing services? What would the assessments show? Using all of that information, which was gathered over years and is constantly being updated, the providers are looking for as much up-to-date information as possible. So we're continuing to do updates for them so that they are providing the information that helps us determine the best way to begin this process. And that's starting because this process requires that people get paid, the providers get paid for services that they provide. So that's the accountability piece behind it, is that they must provide the service. Currently, in the current system, on average, is about 55% of services that people are authorized for that they're getting. It'll be a lot easier for us to be tracking what exactly is happening in terms of the number of services that are provided. There's also tremendous variability across the providers. So another hallmark of the new system is standardized rates. Those rates themselves are quite a bit higher than what the current rates are. The system itself allows the agencies to do the same as they're currently doing. Some will do better than they're currently doing, and a few may do less than they're currently doing. So as far as revenue, the system itself is budget neutral. How people will perform within the system and the ability to continue to expand one's revenue as a provider is dependent on utilization services provided in the new system, which is different from the current system, as you know. So when we look at the breakdown, and a lot of this has been shared with the providers, so each provider agency has seen where their projected revenue is. We see, again, most of the agencies will either receive the same or more than they're currently receiving. And some will receive less, but with an opportunity for them to adjust that by providing more services. There is an exceptions process. I think that you spoke to that. There isn't a hold harmless overall for the system. There is, again, the exceptions process, which is very simply check a box. And that sets off the exceptions review. During the exceptions review process, people receive the same services they're currently receiving. So it's not like anything goes on pause during that process. It's meant to be a very rapid, streamlined process. The teams will meet weekly. And then if there's still some disagreement, then there will be also an appeals and grievance process. But we anticipate that most of those exceptions are going to be accepted, and most people will be getting the services that match the needs. That's another hallmark of the system, is that these services match the needs as per an evidence-based assessment process. The idea of the 3 separate areas that you spoke about, Rep. Woods, is part of conflict-free case management, of which we were out of compliance. Today, we're actually out of compliance On October 1st, we will not be out of compliance. And that's because will have separate case management. And the assessment process will be independent, and the service, which is where the providers will continue to provide services, will be separated. And that is crucially important. And as I said, we are virtually the last state to come into compliance there. The other piece that's important is that the upfront money that will be provided to the providers as a bundle is based on what they're currently providing. It's based on what their current provision is. And that was built that way because the providers wanted to have some of that upfront money. We will be the only state that does it that way. The other states just do the fee-for-service approach. This has been built over these years, and I can say that it's been built. I wasn't here to build it, so I want to give a thumbs up for a collaborative approach over many years that's very detailed and thoughtful. And where it has landed is a balance between what the providers were asking for, what the people on the ground, the people receiving the services were asking for, and what is necessary to be in compliance and meet regulations and Medicaid regulations as well as the conflict-free. There's also the necessary requirement to know exactly how the money is being spent.
I won't be the only one asking questions if other people have questions. I mean,
You can finish your questions. And
okay,
ask
all right. So I understand all
You do,
that.
I know
Yeah.
you do.
Okay, so, and I think that you probably understand that sort of the history of inadequate rates have been offset by lower utilization. So that's what's provided the balance in, keeping agencies afloat. And I'm trying to understand whether the department's done any analysis, looking at days of cash on hand and the impact of, a significantly changing reimbursement system for services. And then likewise, I guess paying providers at whatever their utilization rate or whatever the service utilization rate was plus 5%. On the flip side of things, we've certainly received comments from families and the DD Council, et cetera, about inadequate, from legal aid as well as I'm ticking off the people, inadequate service provision, where people's plans are X and they're getting a lot less than what their plans are. So if we're only going to reimburse agencies at what X is over here, which is already deficient, plus 5% potentially, that's not doing anything to promote actual full service provision until 18 months later or whenever the reconciliation process may happen.
So what you're talking about in terms of the percentage of the services provided is the current state, and that's what DD Council and the, the Green Mountain Support Advocates and all have been concerned about. What you are saying about the percentage and you're only paying is a fundamental misunderstanding of payment reform model. Okay. Fundamental. That design is to allow folks to get some upfront bundle payments. The ability of the system to provide for 100% of people's authorized services is there in the system. In order to do that, the providers need to be able to provide the services. That can happen throughout the course of the time that they're providing the services. It has been part of the communication with the providers that the bundle payment upfront is not the be all and end all of the funding that can be provided. It's all tied to services. The services drive the funding. It's not the funding is driving the services. What you're talking about in terms of the percentages is really the way to have, because this is based on a reconciliation process. What you don't want to have happen is at the end of the year, they've either been underpaid or overpaid. It's a way of setting up as close to possible the reality of what services will be provided so that they continue to do their good work in terms of the service provision and will be able to have the money already to be able to pay for that. They, at any point, that can be adjusted up if the services are that they're able to provide goes up. So 100% of services can be provided through the system. I don't want people to think that process, which was a way to help get upfront money, is in any way a limit to what people could ultimately get.
So, okay, thank you for
Yeah.
that clarification.
And Representative Wood, I'd ask us to.
Yeah, I'm just asking my final
Okay.
question. It doesn't actually make sense that people can get 100% if you haven't received additional funding, especially if you're raising rates. Because we've only funded people at the rates, we've only funded the department at the rates that have been in existence currently, right? So if you raise the rates, that automatically, unless you have additional revenue from appropriations, I don't understand. This is a little more detailed than we need to get.
Yeah,
into.
that
So
might be a little
I guess
more
what
limiting,
my,
but-
can I just jump in? I think what is flagged for me, by your use of the fundamental misunderstanding as a phrase,
Yeah.
is that we need to do a lot more between now and your September report for you and the field and the folks here to really all get on the same page of what's needed. And I think we're happy to participate in that process between now and September.
So we're more than happy to do that. I have to say the engagement with the providers, the families, the new case managers, the advocates, I mean, it has been profound, constant over years and still is actively happening. There's work sitting down directly with providers, there's ongoing, I mean, so there's a lot of avenues for that to happen. And I do think that there's tremendous variability in where we're on the same page and where we're not. So it's not across the board system one.
So could I offer maybe a potential way to move forward?
Love that.
Because this has massive impacts for, thousands of people and our entire designated provider system. So we're only really talking about developmental services, but it impacts the whole agency. So I just was wondering if perhaps maybe we could draft some maybe potential issues, questions, clarifications needed, and expectations. And then, maybe that will help inform our September meeting and
That sounds great.
hopefully we will have more time.
That sounds great.
That would be fantastic, especially if you take the lead on it. And
I'm more than happy to do that. Yeah.
and I think then, and we will schedule a lot more time for testimony at that meeting.
Yeah, because that's the final report. We're close to go live. And it's good to see all of you, not just your arm, so.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you all very much. So we are going to move to our next item. It's an action item, so it's a good thing we have such a energetic and qualified interim clerk available to us. Yeah. So,
You tried to get rid of him and he came back.
Listed as an interim clerk.
Boomerang.
and judging from Senator Beck's outfit, I think he just left to go play golf, but who knows? The next up, we are going to talk about the public safety funding request. And I see Barbara Neal and Jennifer Morrison and Rick Hollenbeck there. We don't have time for a full proposal from you, but I do think that we, the folks on the, thank you all, the folks on the committee that I've spoken with, there's just there's some degree of confusion about what and why of your ask to us at this moment. So if you're comfortable jumping straight to questions, I'd really appreciate that. Or if you have something you want to say first,
No,
go for it.
we'll do it however you want to do it, ma'am. We're here to meet your needs and to continue to move towards the finish line on the work of the task force.
Okay, thank you. And I know this has been such a long haul that I really had to put some time into refreshing my memory on all of it, though I imagine you didn't because you've been doing the work all along. So thank you for that. Do you want to give just like a few headlines before we jump into questions? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Jennifer Morrison. I'm the Commissioner of Public Safety. I'm joined by Barb Neal, who's the Executive Director of the E911 Board. She and I have served as the co-chairs of the Public Safety Communications Task Force since June of 2023, when Act 78 was passed, the big bill that included a vast scope of work related to public safety communications in Vermont. Deputy Commissioner Batesy has taken over as co-chair of the task force for me within the last couple of months, and Rick Hallenbeck is our Director of Administration and Finance. So we have been at work for 2 years, and in that time, we have taken an extremely deep dive into the existing landscape of emergency communications across the state. We have engaged with 2 contractors. One, Mission Critical Partners, was employed to do the scope of work that was laid out in Act 78, and I'll leave it as a vast and massive scope of work. And then Televate was hired to be the trusted advisor and subject matter experts for the task force. The task force by statute involves 7 people, including myself and Barb, 5 others who all have day jobs, who all have other full-time jobs. So having this trusted partner who is a nationally recognized expert in this field as our go-to, our sounding board and helpers has been enormously helpful. The task force has overseen many public listening sessions. We could go into great detail about the work of the task force, but I think to cut right to the chase of where you might want to jump off on questions, we have produced, when I say we, our hired vendors have produced multiple large reports related to the inventory and assessment of all current assets in play in the emergency communications landscape. They have also created a final report on options and plan recommendations. And they have also created a report called the Vermont Wireless Communications Report. These can all be found on the Department of Public Safety's website under boards and commissions. And then you go to our board and commission, the Public Safety Communications Task Force, and you can see all the work product that has been done. I'm going to throw things to Barb right now to just say exactly where we are in terms of moving towards recommendations for this legislative session. So Barb, take it away.
Sure thing, I will do that. So right now, that was a very good introduction to the work that's been done to date. Right now, what is happening is the task force, those 7 members we have broken ourselves out into, 6 or 7 working groups of 3 people each. And each of those groups is going through a section of the Mission Critical System Planning Report in a great depth with the support and facilitation really of our partners at Televate. So the various sections of the report include things like organic and inorganic approaches to regionalization, governance, technology, policy and operations regionalization, physical facilities-based regionalization, funding, and timelines. So the governance committee, the technology shared system committee, and the policy and operations working group, I should say working group, not committee, have been meeting and will continue to meet through the month of August. And then the remaining groups will begin their discussions in mid-August or in some cases later in the fall. And the goal of the working groups is to identify some preliminary recommendations to bring back to the task force as a whole so that we can compile a task force report, if you will, or list of recommendations for advancing the task force's work next legislative session. So all of that work will continue through the fall, right up probably until you return in January. That is where we are with the work now. And I don't know if you want to go to questions now, or if you want a summary of why we're here talking to you about additional spending authority.
I think I would very specifically love if you could explain the specific numbers and why you need additional spending authority.
So Jen or Rick?
I'd be happy to jump in on
And
that.
specifically why it's needed now from joint fiscal rather than being included in sort of the standard appropriations process as well.
Like budget adjustment.
I might have to defer to Rick on that one. I can tell you that the way Act 78 was written,
is that where the releasers
had certain release dates that were back in 2023 and 2024. We submitted the memo that outlines what the money has been spent on to date. And I want to just say right out of the gate, we knew in 2023, when we saw the scope of this project, that this was more than a $1 million venture over way more than 1 year. And so in the initial appropriation, there were $2 million set aside. 1 million was made available to us immediately. And then we had to go back to either appropriations or to the Joint Fiscal Committee to access the second $1 million. That's the way Act 78 was written. So you can see the breakdown of what we have spent the money on to date. And as stated in the memo, we estimate that to finish the work of the task force, we would have the balance of the contracts due to mission critical partners, who are the ones that have authored the reports, that we anticipate continuing to need the assistance of Televate as we go through the recommendation process and the legislative session. We estimated the amount of per diems based on what we had spent previously. And so we estimate that we would need $517,633 to complete the work of this task force as articulated in Act 78 back in 2023.
And so to be more specific, the contracts of $540,000 that you anticipate needing to those partners, how does that divide up? Is it money that's already been expended that you have a bill owed on? Or is it work that still needs to be done? And then,
So Mission Critical Partners has delivered all of the deliverables that were required in the contract with them. We know that we have at least one bill outstanding. Rick, I believe you said it was 85,000 with them. And
35.
if the balance of the contract that we signed with them, the max amount on that was approximately 840,000. So that is an obligation we would need to be prepared to meet. Televate, we have the ability to cancel their support with 30 days notice, of course, if that was the situation we were in. And they bill us monthly, and they tend to bill at approximately $25,000 a month for the support that they provide to the task force. So that's how we created the estimate for the amount we need to get through the first half of calendar year 2026.
Senator Pritchett, do you have a question?
I do.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead first.
Hi, Commissioner, this is Senator Perchlik. I don't know, the way the camera is, you might not be able to see me.
Hello, sir.
I just wanted to run through the stuff. So what, in preparation, I've looked at the statute and what things were, as you talked about, it was a lot of work. But reading through the reports, it was hard to tell which ones kind of boxes were checked. So I wondered if I could just run through them and you could tell me like those were the ones that were done and which ones still need to be done. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So starting at the beginning, there was a list of complete inventory and assessment of all aspects of dispatch service currently provided in Vermont.
That is done.
And then there was in Act 78, there also was a thing about developing procedures and best practices for state agency cooperation and coordination on matters of overlapping jurisdiction. I didn't see that, but that was kind of in a different part of the statute than the report.
So I don't think we have something very specific, responsive to what you just said. However, the large report on system design and options that Mission Critical produced speaks extensively to the matter of how state, county, and local organizations could or should, in some circumstances, come together to pool resources and to create regional dispatch systems. So I do believe we have the information that's responsive to that, but it's not a standalone deliverable.
Okay, so back to the deliverables, the number of full-time and part-time personnel currently performing dispatch services,
Yep, we have that.
the current total spending of dispatch services,
Well, we have what we were able to gather, what the contractors were able to gather from the self-reporting of the communities in Vermont. So we have a pretty good idea. I'm not going to say it's exactly perfect.
okay. This is an important one, the identification of all the communication dead zones in the state for both mobile communications and cellular.
Yes, we have a very holistic, is it going to be every single one? No, because they change as assets get moved around the state. But yes, we have a dead zone map.
So was that redacted in the report?
I believe it was.
Can you explain what the flag does? I assume there's some safety reason why you redacted, but I couldn't figure it out.
Correct. There are numerous parts of the particularly, let me just go back to our website. There are numerous portions of the inventory and assessment and the wireless communications report that were redacted for safety reasons.
Including where the dead zones are.
Well, I'd have to go back and read the report, sir, to know exactly which
It looks
parts.
like a map. It was hard to get a map of where the dead zones were, so it didn't seem like that part, which I know is important for some of my constituents, that part wasn't done. But maybe the map was done, but it was redacted, so you couldn't see exactly where the areas are.
And maybe if we were making policy decisions based on it, we would
Yeah.
need to go into executive session
Sure.
to see those pieces.
That I would just like to point out that is a really important point about advancing the work of this task force, is that there's a lot of information that we're not comfortable sharing publicly, but we need to find a way to, maybe an empaneled group or inside executive session or some other manner in which we can work with a small group of decision makers to figure out what the best next steps are. But there is quite a bit of information that we're not going to put out publicly.
Okay. In the assessment to determine where and to what extent there are gaps in dispatch service, is that similar to the dead zones?
No, that's been pretty clearly identified in the large report.
Okay. The assessment of services provided by each dispatch center in identification of particular challenges or vulnerabilities.
Yes, that's in the large report.
And then there's the whole part about the design and recommendations, which I'm gathering from your introduction that's what you're looking to complete the recommendations. But is the design part done, or is that also?
So Mission Critical Partners offered, for lack of a better word, good, better, best options for each of the topical areas that they investigated and completed. Some of the recommendations, we could, start with operations, we could start with technology, are things that cost a lot of money. And that's where decisions have to get made about, do we go with good, better, best? Some of them really would just take time and cooperation and agreement amongst existing stakeholders that perhaps they want to create a parallel process, parallel to how 911 call takers are certified. There's currently no certification for a dispatcher, right? So there are things that don't cost money, but are going to cost a lot of social capital to get done. And we are prepared to the task force is prepared to take our own thoughts plus the information offered and recommended by Mission Critical Partners and bring to the legislature what we see as various different paths forward.
So that would be the timeline and the recommendations on a new public safety communication system. That's the work that you between now and January or next session that you want to complete with the fund that you're asking.
The recommendations part, the design and recommendations part, yes. The timeline is driven by the choices that get made. It's impossible to give a timeline until we know what path we follow. So
here's a list of recommendations to that are different designs or to get to the design.
I didn't hear that question.
Are the recommendations here are different good, better, best designs, or here are the recommendations so that we can get to the designs that you're talking about presenting next legislative session?
I think they go hand in glove with one another. If you're talking about designing what the future of emergency communication should look like, for instance, instead of 37 independent dispatch centers, if the design is that we want to get down to, I'm making a number up, 6, then that drives a lot of recommendations from that. So the design and recommendations flow one to the other. And that's why we need to go very thoughtfully through each chapter of this voluminous report and create what the task force believes are the next best steps to move towards the goals stated in Act 78. I mean, let's be honest. If some of the steps could include investment in hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure, and that's just not going to happen this year or next year. So the potential options range from, as I said, things that don't cost a lot of money but take time and cost social capital, all the way up to things that could cost hundreds of millions of dollars.
I guess I was just wondering if what we would get in January are the designs, or would it be kind of recommendations for more work that needs to get us to those designs? Does that make sense?
I understand the question, and I'm not sure we're far enough down the road. Barb, do you have a different opinion? I'm not convinced we can answer that right this minute.
I think that the recommendations that come back to the legislature in January will be for advancing the work. But I agree that I don't know that it will include a specific design in January. There's too many pieces right now to pick apart from those options that were provided. And I did just want to add one thing to what the commissioner said a minute ago about mission critical offering us, the good, better, best options. That was actually what we directed them to do, not necessarily good, better, best, but give us, we know that there are many paths that this could take. And we want to know what we need to be thinking about and what all the potential or what viable options might be out there for us to consider. So we specifically asked them not to come back with one singular plan. We want the task force to be able to decide of the options that they provided, what will work in Vermont, or hopefully what will work in Vermont. So those are the things that we are picking through right now. So I would not commit to saying that there will be a design in January, but we will be able to present where we're headed. I don't know, Dan,
Thank you.
you have another opinion on?
I'm going to jump in for a minute because I think one of the reasons that we sort of staged the release of this money is to force all of us to re-engage on this issue with you. And I know that you hosted a meeting at some point in the spring that a few of us attended to go a little deeper together, and I appreciated that. And it sounds like if we're going to be diving deeper in this session, we're going to need to be re-engaged with you all in November and December in order to prepare for that. I'm wondering, we are behind on time and we have very little time left to make this decision. I'm wondering if this is something, if it was a decision that we could table until September, or if you all would have to pause your work if we tabled it. You would need to table your work.
Rick, I'm going to let you chime in.
Sure, we have contractual obligations that we need to meet with Mission Critical Partners and with
Okay.
Televate, who's the vendor that's handling the project management side for the task force.
How much do you need to make it to September and pay your past due bills?
To make it to September, I'm going to do the quick math in my head and say $125,000. Rick, you can either give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
I think Mission Criticals, as finishing up their work, I think had around 202,000 on their contract, and that could end up being the full expenditure.
But it hasn't been all invoiced, and we have a 30-day window to pay. So I'm just trying to do the math to September.
Sorry, I didn't jump in earlier when we were talking invoices. I think we have an 85,000 and a 77,000. If that is the end of it, we could be looking at roughly 160,000 for Mission Critical, and then probably another 80 to 100,000 for Televate.
Yeah. And we have 34,000 in balance.
I think it was 30. Yeah, that's roughly accurate. I think it was 35, 866.
Rick, you're including the average of $25,000 a month for Televate, because I think we haven't gotten their invoices for June or July is just ending today. So are those in the mix?
Yes, and I'm not sure that we actually were able to pay May before the shutdown and the conversion to VT buys, which is slowing invoices somewhat.
Okay.
Those are different numbers than in the memo, but I wonder if we released $50,000, table the rest of the discussion until September, if that would be sufficient.
It would not be sufficient to meet our contractual obligations to Mission Critical Partners, nor would it be sufficient to meet our contractual obligation to Televate, who we believe we have a May invoice that was slowed for processing because of the conversion to VT buys and the end of the year cutoff.
Okay, so we heard a lot of numbers, and I'm wondering is 150, does that work?
I think the number is 275, and that would require us to tell Televate that they should stop their work.
Okay, so I don't want to bargain across Zoom at the end of the meeting. That's ridiculous. And what I'm hearing is a hesitancy to release the full amount and no one having any interest in leaving you with past due balances or to pause your work pending us. And so
can I ask
my answer
is there a number up to that we would allow for release?
So what I'm gonna ask the committee is that we actually approve the full amount and have another check-in. It's an up to, and that we have another meaningful check-in in September with you all to make sure that sure, subject to reversion, that we have a chance to check in with each other about it all in September when we have more time. Yes.
That motion.
Oh, thank you, Senator Westman. Move away, please.
Well, that's the same motion that we had.
Can you make that motion, please?
I make the motion that we approve the up to the full amount with a check back. It's that one, okay. I move for the approval and the release in fiscal year 2026 of the funds appropriated in 2022. Act Resolve number 185, section B, 1100 B1, and amended by 2023 Act and Resolve number 78, section C 115, and further amended by 2024 Act and Resolve number 87 and 49 for analysis, planning, and administrative expenses incurred by Public Safety Commission Task Force. And I would add to that we would have a check back. This move is made with a check back in the September meeting.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, but I will, you said with a check back
in September meeting.
And Representative Harrison, I know you've been tracking this probably more closely than most of us. So does that feel comfortable for you?
It does.
Okay.
My fear has been, and I know there's a lot of opinions as to whether any of the money has been well spent. And I also, but I don't want to throw away 2 years of work.
Neither.
That we've been doing.
Right.
I'm fully cognizant that when it comes to the legislature, we still may not come to a agreement plan. But we gotta keep working.
And I think the reason I'm particularly interested in in a check back in September is to make sure that we are all so that the final edges of your report is well prepared for us to take action when we reconvene in January. And so we're not sort of starting from scratch there. Representative Kimball, hi.
Hi, nice to see you all again. Just from a process standpoint, Senator Westman, when you made that motion, I'm assuming that the bill that was passed in 2024 just extended the dates, the time at which the Joint Fiscal Committee could authorize that. Is that safe to assume? I'm not, so it's not just from that 2023 approval date.
The 2023 was stricken in 2024.
Right, there was amendments.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Senator.
Commissioner Morrison, did you want to add anything?
I just wanted to point out that it is possible that in the new session that things stall or there's not an appetite for this. I acknowledge that there's a lot of competing interests right now. However, this is by far the furthest down the garden path of this topic that any effort has made, and I have suffered through many of them in my 35 plus years. This topic goes back to 1967 of the study of regional dispatching. This is by far the most holistic examination on record, and to stop before we complete the record with recommendations and, you know, a yes or a no by a task force of what we believe the future design should look like, to me feels like stopping midstream after investing a lot of years and a lot of money. So I would urge the Joint Fiscal Committee to help fund this work to its completion. We are all eyes wide open that it could be shelved or come to not as much as big a project as we thought. But the work has got to finish because we have really gone 7/8 of the way down the garden path.
Thank you. And I don't want our conversation on this to in any way take away from the incredible log of work that you all have been doing for these last couple of years on this and how much you have been able to accomplish. And I do look forward to having a much more comprehensive conversation in September. Thank you. So I think we have a motion on the table and a second. Any further discussion? Okay. Would you like to call the roll?
Senator Beck, absent. Senator Cummings.
Yes.
Representative Harrison, yes. Representative Kimball.
Yes.
Senator Lyons.
Yes.
Senator Purcell. Yes. Representative Shaw.
Yes.
Senator Westman.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Hornack.
Yes.
Vote is 901.
Okay. We need a decision
Thank you.
today.
So folks, we're gonna go over if that was not already fairly obvious.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate all your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
And so we are on our last, we have a grant. We have a grant to the Agency of Natural Resources, Department of Environmental Conservation, for $63,000. Does anyone have any questions or we just have a motion?
I move to
Thank you.
accept agenda item number 2, approve GFO grant number 3261. To accept the grant of $63,212 from Vermont Agency of Natural Resources, Department of Environmental Conservation from the U.S. Department of the Interior to inventory landslides in Ken, Vermont County. A second.
I would like sometime that somebody could send me what the 10 counties are. Because nowhere could I find it in anything we're in the packet.
Great,
So
thank
that's
you.
my request.
Okay, so you will receive an email about that.
That's all I
Representative
want.
Shaw.
I don't
Thank
need it
you.
now. Yep.
Okay, great. Any further discussion?
Grand Isles probably not close.
Thank you.
You never know.
You never know.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, roll call, roll calling. So sorry, roll calling. I've been sitting here for a long time.
Senator Beck, absent.
Out of practice.
Senator Cummings.
Yes.
Representative Harrison, yes. Representative Kimball.
Yes.
Senator Lyons.
Yes.
Senator Purcell.
Yes.
Representative Scheid.
Yes.
Senator Westman.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Cornelius.
Yes.
901.
Thank you, everyone. And, hi.
Can I be?
You may.
You all have a fiscal officer's report. A lot of it you've heard about. I'm not going to go through it except for two items. For one of you, those of you who don't know, Maria Blair is retiring. And so we will be filling her position. That is an open position we will be posting soon and filling. I think you also all know that.
And Maria will be at the September meeting, so we can give her thanks.
Yes,
Okay, great.
thank you for asking that. Yes, we hope to have her here. She retires over 4 years in Labor Day weekend. And so she's retiring at the end of October. So she's with us through the end of October.
You're crushed.
So
I spent all my time here with her.
Yeah.
You feel our pain.
She's been a gem, and so we will, anyway, she'll be
Yes,
here in September. So I also want to acknowledge, Erin Pedley, who has moved to the Senate office. And, we are recruiting for a position, and this is, I believe, going to be her last JFC meeting, and she has been, astounding throughout the time, but especially for this meeting, getting it better. And I just want to acknowledge what a pleasure it has been to work with her. And now we're sorry to lose her, but we're happy that we get to keep working with her in the Senate office.
We're happy in the Senate.
So I wanted to acknowledge her good work with the Joint
Thank
Fiscal
you.
Committee.
And if I could acknowledge this as from appropriations, how much we love working with you, Erin, and 3 years wasn't enough time, but we will miss you mightily. Glad you're still in the building. Don't be a stranger to our committee. Thank you so much for all you brought to us. We are very grateful.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. So the last agenda item we have is a very specific public comment. It's not a wide open public comment. But our process that we set up in the budget, we were not able to find a path to really, or has the administration been able to offer a path to understand the impact of federal funding changes on our community partners, if they are sort of direct to community partners. And so we are, at all of our joint fiscal committee meetings, we're gonna add a segment so that we can hear from community partners about the direct impact to them of federal funding losses, so that we can be, likely, we will not be able to act on them. Very occasionally, something might fall under board jurisdiction, and then we would follow up with them afterwards. But for the most part, this is to help us prepare better for January, so we have a sense of the landscape going into that. More data gathering than persuasion, and just sort of want to frame it that way. We only have 2 minutes per person, and Senator Perchlik has kindly agreed to be the timer for this. And I really appreciate everyone's attention to our community partners who are living through some stressful times. So Amy Schollenberger is up first, and then Autumn Moen. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for staying late. This will be a little bit of persuasion. I'm just warning you. I'm Amy Schollenberger. I live in Barry. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of the impacts and concerns that we are collectively seeing and experiencing already as Vermont confronts the impacts of federal decisions and legislation. We appreciate your leadership in taking the situation seriously. I'm here to urge you to continue to do that and to not wait until more impacts are measurable. My comments are not specific to any one organization or issue, but rather the collective and many layered impacts that we are already starting to see. We are seeing them in our state government, in our community organizations, and in our homes and families. At Action Circles, we work directly with many organizations and collaboratively with several more. We are already seeing changes at both the organizational level
and in services to people and families. What I want to request from you is to understand that these impacts are not going to happen at some point in the future. They are already happening, and there will be more and more severe impacts in the future. And some of the decisions being made right here in Vermont, such as the hotel motel exits that have occurred in July, are compounding any federal impacts that are happening or looming. These impacts are layered for individuals, for organizations, and for communities. It is not only one thing for anyone. All over Vermont, people are gathering to try to figure out how to help people through what looks like some very difficult times ahead. I urge you not to wait. Please hold committee hearings and begin as soon as possible to work toward helping Vermont and the people who live here have the best outcomes possible. In Title III of our Vermont statutes, we have 10 population level outcomes that the state of Vermont has committed to striving towards. Please stay focused on them as you work toward dealing with whatever impacts come to Vermont. I know that the advocacy community is ready to work with you and support your efforts. Thank you again for this time and for your commitment to Vermont and the people who live there.
Thank you.
On Zoom.
Hello, Autumn on Zoom, and then next up we have Matt Levin.
Hello, everybody. Okay, thank you. My name is Autumn Moen with Hunger Free Vermont, and I live in Burlington. I appreciate the time to testify today. The cuts made to SNAP in the federal budget reconciliation bill marks the largest ever cut to SNAP in the history of the program. I provided a detailed analysis of all of the changes in my testimony materials, but what you need to know now is that there are changes to the state administrative cost to SNAP, as well as changes to eligibility. With an anticipated implementation date of October 1st, 2025, previously eligible refugees and asylees will no longer qualify for SNAP. Additionally, changes to SNAP work reporting requirements will burden more participants. The bottom line is that tens of thousands of people in our community are imminently facing changes to how they access support to buy groceries. Given the dismantling of our federal government, this is a time to really ask, what is the role of state government in serving Vermonters? We must work together to ensure Vermonters have the best possible outcomes in the face of massive upheaval of basic needs programs federally. I want to leave you with a list of Hunger Free Vermont's top concerns that we implore you to be thinking about as we navigate the landscape ahead. The legislature should reinstate the instruction to DCF to use all available discretionary months as a way to lessen the harm of the change in work reporting requirements for SNAP. Next, the state IE&E project must be prioritized while we still have access to a 50-50 funding match from the federal government. These technology improvements are critical to the state's ability to navigate the changes that have been made to SNAP. Next, we want to lift up the funding request for Bridges to Health, a vital service for immigrants for accessing basic needs supports that will only increase its necessity with the looming eligibility cliffs facing immigrant families. And lastly, I just want to reiterate the point that these changes and the very harmful impacts of these changes are not some far off unknown that we can wait to handle at a later time. Washington turned its back on our communities, but we know we can choose a different path forward in Vermont. So I thank you for your swift attention to address these most pressing needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Matt Levin. And next up is Brenda Siegel.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Levin. I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont Early Childhood Advocacy Alliance, a statewide coalition focused on supporting public policies that benefit families and young children ages 0 to 8. Thank you for providing this opportunity for direct community feedback. As the legislature begins to grapple with the impacts of what will likely be several rounds of federal funding cuts, our main message to you is please do not wait to begin your response. The details of federal legislation are complex. Rulemaking can take months. Bill language is often vague. Direction from federal agencies can be hard to come by, and when it does come, it can be contradictory or otherwise unhelpful. But we also know that waiting until all the facts are in from the federal government means you are always waiting. In order to chart out a thoughtful response to changes that are already having impacts, your legislative committees have much to learn about federal funding processes, the use of federal funds in the state budget, and impacts to the community. Impacted service organizations, business sectors, and citizens will need time to prepare and present the kind of well-researched testimony that is vital to crafting good policy. Therefore, we encourage you to begin committee discussions and formal preparations as early as possible, likely well before the start of the legislative session in January. For example, workshops for legislators on the federal budget process could be held this fall. Committee chairs could be in touch with stakeholders and suggest what information they would find most helpful in their decision-making. Public meetings could be held to allow for open public discussion with state agency leaders to share information and set the stage for collaborative responses in the development of the state budget. Proposals for how to claw back some of the revenue lost because of federal tax cuts benefiting the wealthiest could be considered. All of these discussions will take time. We are ready to play our small part in what will be a very complex, stressful process working with too many unknowns for comfort. There will be many losers and few, if any, winners. But it is not a discussion we can avoid. Let's start sooner rather than later so we can craft the most thoughtful, strategic response to this impending financial emergency facing our state's families and communities.
Thank you very much, Matt. We have Brenda and then Justine Lucas.
Are people submitting these testimony in writing too?
Are people submitting their testimony in writing too? Fantastic.
Okay, great.
Brenda, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Brenda Siegel, the Executive Director of End Homelessness Vermont, and I live in Newfane. Our organization works primarily with people living with disabilities and complex needs, and now most of those households are living outside. I want to say that while I appreciate trying to mitigate fear, our experience on the ground is not only that the sky is falling, but it did drop significantly on July 1st, and it keeps falling, and it's been very, very hard. While we don't get federal funds, we are seeing the impacts of the loss of federal funds among our clients. One thing that, and what's happening federally, what's happening in our state has compounded the problem. The choice to retroactively count the days that were used under the governor's executive order means that many of our very disabled clients are living outside for 5 consecutive months. Many of them will not be able to survive that. In addition to that, the districts, there was a limit to funds or not funding case management and street outreach. That means that these people that are living outside are not getting the case management or street outreach that they need, which means that a lot of that burden is falling on our organization. And it's very important to understand that VCCI nurses don't visit people outside, which limits the complex care options for people. Trump's executive order that was recently announced is extremely dangerous for our clients. It requires forced institutionalization for people who are living outside, living with disabilities, and essentially removes their civil liberties and their freedom. And we have to work really hard all together to ensure that we're not complying with that we're actually protecting people. And we're seeing that many of our clients are losing their Section 8 vouchers, which means they have no options for permanent housing. And the work requirements on both Medicaid and food and EBT will impact clients who are living outside because very often it is nearly impossible to work while you're living outside or people will not hire you. The effects of this executive order targeting people with disability, combined with the loss of housing vouchers, combined with the loss of health insurance, combined with the work requirements, combined with the continued inhumane unsheltering of people, combined with the funding cuts for street outreach and case management in hotels, makes survival and success fairly impossible for these folks. While none of this, thank you.
Appreciate your time. Jess and then Allison Caldera.
Hey, thank you. I'm Jess Hayes Lucas with NOFA Vermont, and I appreciate this opportunity and that y'all are staying late for this. NOFA Vermont is a statewide membership-driven organization of farmers and Vermonters who are invested in healthy farm and food systems, and we have a majority farmer board and a growing membership of about 2,400. Vermont farmers, including our farm workers, are absolutely going to be impacted by OBBA, and the federal shifts. I won't have time to address the full impacts, especially through Medicaid, SNAP cuts, and also the increases to ICE and Border Patrol, which farmers are very concerned about. But 2 immediate impacts that I do want to make sure to make note of, the rest of those are just overviews, are in this submitted testimony. 2 things I definitely want to point out that might otherwise, that we might miss. One, you've been hearing a lot about the impacts of OBBA on immigrants, and I want to echo what Autumn just said about Bridges to Health. This is a program that would help mitigate some of the targeted cuts and impacts to immigrants, including immigrant farmers and their children. It's a vital support for many farm workers and our agricultural communities. And we really appreciate the legislature's support of Bridges to Health in H91, but because it was vetoed, it faces imminent closure in January. So restoring that funding would help mitigate the impact of some of the federal policy shifts and cuts that are targeting immigrant farm workers and the agricultural communities that depend on them. The second is the advanced premium tax credit. This is a refundable federal credit that helps low to moderate income folks afford VHC here in Vermont. The OBBA failed to extend those credits. So when open enrollment begins on November 1, many Vermont farmers who get coverage through VHC will see their premiums spike. And we'd love to work with the legislature to explore possible ways to offset this impact for Vermont farmers. Farmers will tell you that healthcare makes farming possible. Working with large animals, strong and predictable kicks, big machines can cut through clay, dislodge rocks. It's work that can be very stressful and at times very dangerous for bodies, hearts, and minds. And we really would love to prioritize affordable healthcare, especially for farmers and farm workers. How much time do I have on the clock?
Your 2 minutes is up.
Okay, all right. The
Thank you
rest is
very
in
much.
my submitted testimony. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Sorry I didn't notice. Welcome, Allison, and then next up is Morgan Crossman.
My name is Allison Calderera. I'm the Executive Director of Capstone Community Action. I am speaking today on behalf of the Vermont Community Action Partnership, which consists of all 5 community action agencies across our state. We exist to help Vermonters meet them in time of crisis and provide them with the lifelong tools they need to lift themselves out of poverty. 43,000 Vermonters come through our door every year. Right now, VCAP is facing a significant threat to our foundational ability to serve Vermonters. Our community service block grant funding, the funding that governs our quality and regulatory oversight, has been zeroed out in the president's budget. Combined, this is $4 million of badly needed flexible funds that help us plug the gaps in our many level funded or patched together service grants. Our LIHEAP funding has also been zeroed out in the current budget. The small national LIHEAP staff has been fired. These funds provide thousands of low-income Vermonters, seniors, people on disability, working families, help fill their oil tanks, repair their furnaces, weatherize their homes, pay their electric bills, or purchase a cord of wood. As of today, zero in this budget. All of you know what it's going to look like in Vermont in 6 months. As of today, VCAP received $47 million of direct federal funding and $26 million of state funding. We were able for now, through advocacy, to fight to keep our Head Start program flat funded. That was a success. But make no mistake, low-income Vermonters are going to see many more impacts. These funding threats feel dire and threatening to our ability to be able to provide basic needs support to Vermonters who are going to need them more than ever. I thank you so much for your interest and your consideration of what is already happening to people in Vermont because of these actions at the federal level. The community action agencies are ready to work with you toward the best outcomes for the people of Vermont we all serve. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And in the memo, in your follow-up that you sent to us, if you could differentiate between future threats and money that you've already lost, that would be helpful. Thank you very much for your time. Welcome, Morgan. And next up, we have Ellen.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Morgan Crossman. I'm the Executive Director of Building Bright Futures, which is Vermont's Early Childhood State Advisory Council. We serve as your primary advisor on the well-being of children and families prenatal to age 8. And I just returned from a meeting with our federal delegation in DC. And right now is the time for us to work in partnership with our teams and communities to build a thoughtful strategy to address what is coming and was already here in terms of federal changes. On Monday, the State Advisory Council held a special public forum to hear directly from families, providers, and leaders across the system on the impacts of federal policy and funding changes. We heard very serious, immediate threats, as well as concern about what's still coming. The key concerns that I want to elevate, and we'll send additional information along, are Medicaid changes that are already destabilizing services, so cuts and then unclear rule changes threatening home visiting and other early childhood services. The new re-enrollment rules, having that re-enrollment twice a year, is going to create significant administrative burden, leading to potential loss of coverage. coverage. So our estimates are between 30 and 45,000 Vermonters losing access to Medicaid. In the early care and education space, we're hearing concerns in delays in after school and summer care funding, putting potentially 11,000 children at risk. As we think about new immigration guidance coming, it's making it incredibly challenging for immigrant families to access services, especially programs like Head Start, alongside the fear it's instilling in our communities based on the ICE presence. You just heard from partners about the level funding to Head Start. That is going to mean reduced access to services, even without that outright cut. We're also seeing proposal to consolidate 18 education funding streams into block grant funding, including our title funds, that could result in large-scale cuts. You also heard from partners at Hunger Free, up to 14,000 Vermonters may lose eligibility for some of our vital food supports. Big picture, the loss and delay in federal funds on top of the challenges that we're already facing as a state in housing, mental health, and meeting families' basic needs is a really important thing to keep in the front of your mind as we're planning in the next couple of months. Please feel free to utilize us as a resource and connection directly with the federal delegation, but also in terms of the data that we have to help inform decision making. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Morgan. Welcome, Ellen, and then next up we have Betsy Rosenbluth.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to share insights from the 15 parent-child centers on the challenges that lie ahead of us with the federal cuts.
You need to speak up.
It's being turned up right now. We got it.
Great, thank you. We've submitted more detailed testimony, but I want to give you some of the highlights of some of the things that we're seeing already that we anticipate coming up quickly. First off, immigrant families. Foreign-born parents are already hesitant to use the services that may put them in contact with government authorities. Our PCC staff are working with parents to ensure that they know their rights and encouraging them to accept essential services. We are very concerned about the loss of healthcare, SNAP, and Head Start to immigrant families who will be very shortly deemed ineligible for these essential programs. We are anticipating and getting ready for increased administrative burden. We have always helped families apply for and navigate the administrative hurdles to apply for benefits and retain benefits. We are returning to the days of benefit churning when eligible recipients are cut off for administrative reasons for short-term savings. Helping folks stay on their benefits will take staff away from the work that they're meant to do. Interruption in services means that families may be ineligible for periods of time and won't be able to receive services, and PCCs and other providers won't receive reimbursement for Medicaid services. We are anticipating increased need for concrete financial and emergency support across our centers. We know that economic hardship is associated with increased risk of child maltreatment and child welfare involvement. Families who receive help during financial crises like preventing evictions, keeping utilities on, or getting food and diapers when money runs out can weather these short-term crises. However, the small amount of funds that PCCs have for this purpose will not be enough to help families we serve in the future. We're seeing strains on our budgets. Several of our PCCs are holding vacant positions open until we know more about Medicaid funding cuts to avoid laying off staff. In the end, we know that the gaps in our safety net, the shredding of our safety net, will cause economic hardship that will ultimately have costs in the form of higher child welfare involvement and poorer outcomes and higher costs for children. So,
thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
thank you.
Gosh, I hate cutting people off. Betsy and then Carrie Soller. Hello.
Hi. Hello. Thank you for having us today. My name is Betsy Rosenbluth. I'm the Farm to School Director at Children Farms, and I'm here on behalf of the Vermont Farm to School and Early Childhood Network. And because our work reaches across many areas to benefit farmers, schools, families, youth, and the economy, we're feeling the federal cuts on many levels. There are direct grants that have been terminated or canceled, including the USDA Leahy Farm to School grants. Vermont organizations and schools had requested $1.7 million through 6 different applications before the program was canceled. the USDA NEFA program canceled, AmeriCorps service members who are supporting farm to school in rural schools, for example, 14 schools in the Northeast Kingdom, the termination of local food for schools and childcare, and SNAP Ed that supports nutrition education. There's a lot of other federal cuts of programs that benefit farmers, producers, and processors, all that help get local food into schools and other markets. And the impacts we are seeing, there are definitely more applications for the state grant programs right now, and some schools are already scaling back their programming. We're concerned that the SNAP and Medicaid cuts will make qualifying for federal nutrition programs like CEP more difficult. And with SNAP, Medicaid, and other benefits reduced, we anticipate more Vermont families will struggle with food access, which increases the importance of universal school meals, thankfully, that is here in Vermont. More than anything today, the last thing I want to say is to thank you for the one-time $500,000 that was passed in the budget this year for local food for schools and childcare. That is going directly to farmers and producers to get Vermont food into Vermont schools and childcare programs to benefit our farmers and our youth. So thanks again for having us here.
Thank you. And if you could send follow up with the specific numbers of those cuts, really appreciate it. Thanks for your time. Carrie and then Katie Tormey. Hi, Carrie. Floor is yours.
Hi. I'm going to try and keep this to 2 minutes. So I'm Carrie Saylor. I work for Vermont Food Bank and I live in Linden. I'm going to just lightly touch on some direct impacts, but then I really want to sort of talk on these indirect impacts that really trickle down to the food bank as that food safety net in our communities. Several direct cuts that you may or may not be aware of. We had a cancellation of 37,000 pounds of food from the Emergency Food Assistance Program this spring. There are changes to the Commodity Supplemental Food Program that have resulted in us creating a waiting list for the first time ever. That's a program for older adults over 60. Cuts to the SNAP Ed program have resulted in major changes to our version of that program. And the local food purchase assistance program has impacted a number of our network partners. Some indirect pieces that really impact the way the food bank serves communities are related to how families use these programs. Families on 3 squares who will have additional bureaucratic reporting requirements and lower benefit levels are going to need more food shelf services. Folks who use their CAP agencies for food shelves, those community service block grant dollars support the food shelves existing. So without those CSBG dollars, those food shelves will not be able to be as robust and serve as many folks. LIHEAP really supports the families that we support. So without LIHEAP dollars or without a federal administrating agency, those folks won't have enough money. They'll be choosing between food and heat. Many of the people that we work with are supported by Affordable Care Act subsidies or Medicaid. Cuts and changes to that program will have an immediate impact on grocery dollars available for people to spend. All of those conditions create a higher need for direct food access in communities and are already stressing our 300 network and community partners. Every week, someone tells me we're seeing more people and we don't know why. We're seeing new people and we don't know why. So as Morgan mentioned, there's this anxiety piece in communities right now that is so high and difficult for folks to contend with. In the link I sent you in my testimony, there's a recent study from the Urban Institute that underscores the balance. Oh,
thank you. And I'm glad you included the link so we can read the Urban Institute.
Go read the
site.
link.
And later.
It's great.
Thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Katie, and then on deck is the Jason.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Tormey, and my family is one of 150 families in the Developmental Disabilities Housing Initiative, DDHI, whose adult sons and daughters have intellectual and developmental disabilities with significant support needs. I thank the Joint Fiscal Committee for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the DDHI families in support of keeping the payment reform implementation on track for October 2025 for the following reasons. In our 2024 DDHI Support Services Survey, 18% of families reported receiving 0% of their budgeted support hours. Over a quarter of families have left or reduced work to provide the necessary care their adult children need due to lack of staff. The staffing crisis is urgent. Recent utilization sits at just 55%. Families are carrying the burden of the staffing shortfalls. The unpredictability and lack of services disrupt short and long-term stability, often leaving families in near-crisis situations. Staffing shortages threaten to erode the progress individuals with disabilities have made in achieving greater independence and community integration. The lack of services leaves families and individuals with disabilities isolated. This has a detrimental impact on the mental and emotional health and stability of both individuals and their elderly parent caregivers. Payment reform is not completely independent from conflict-free case management, and the changes in both should be coordinated as a transition to new case management entities is already underway. Implementation of conflict-free case management provides individuals statewide with access to similar services, equity in budget formulation, and equity in payment rates. Payment reform is needed to ensure this takes place. The state currently has no formal method to demonstrate how Medicaid budget funding was spent and what services were delivered. Payment reform will provide long-needed transparency. DDHI believes the stronger administrative funding for providers included in payment reform will allow agencies to deliver more consistent services. DDHI recommends that provider agencies be supplied with timely utilization reconciliations to enable reimbursements are sufficient for individuals to receive needed services. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks.
So we have Vermont Public, and then on deck is Common Good Vermont.
Thanks to the committee for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Vijay Singh, CEO of Vermont Public, and our mission is simple: keep Vermonters connected to facts, to learning, and to one another. We do that on radio, TV, online, and at community events. When rivers rise or ice brings the grid down, our signals stay up and guides people to safety. In calmer hours, we turn kitchens into classrooms and living rooms into concert halls. We had regularly received over $2 million a year in federal community service grants, roughly 1/10 of our annual budget. That means every federal dollar unlocked 9 more from local individuals, businesses, and foundations. These federal grant funds, previously appropriated for the next 2 fiscal years, have now been withdrawn by Washington. We're already trimming costs and attempting to raise replacement funds, but the hole in our budget is sudden, forcing us to consider some grim potential outcomes. Fewer reporters covering the State House, as well as the many towns and communities across Vermont, cuts to educational services that classrooms, families, and caregivers rely on, especially in rural areas, risks to the very transmission system that doubles as Vermont's emergency alert system backbone, and fewer partnerships with Vermont artists and community organizations. Vermont Public is civic infrastructure. Like a bridge or a firehouse, you only miss it once it's gone, and then it's too late. Like many of you, I grew up with public media. It's a steady voice that's always told me you are not alone. Vermont Public's job is to make sure that voice is always there for Vermont, especially when the next flood or winter storm hits. The loss of our federal funds makes that effort far, far more difficult. Thanks again for listening and for your service to the people of Vermont.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. We have Emma, and then on deck, and the last is Amy from Voices for Vermont's Children.
Good evening. Thank you, committee. I'm Emma Paradise, representing Common Good Vermont, a program of United Way Northwest Vermont and the statewide association for Vermont's 6,400 nonprofit organizations, like those you've heard from today. Since January 20th, Common Good has monitored and responded to Trump administration's attack on the missions and programs of Vermont's nonprofits through federal policy and funding actions. Vermont nonprofits receive a total of $610 million in government grants annually, and it's estimated that 67% of Vermont nonprofits would not be able to cover their operating expenses without government grants. While much is still unknown about the extent of funding cuts, millions have already been made, and last week, the National Council of Nonprofits flagged more than $120 million in funding going to Vermont nonprofits to be at risk for upcoming rescissions. In the face of cuts and potential cuts, nonprofits are taking necessary measures that will have a direct impact on the communities they serve. Nonprofits we surveyed this spring report job impacts, including layoffs, expected layoffs, or hiring freezes. More layoffs were announced this month. Programming is being cut or put on hold or scaled back. organizations are seeking ways to increase their impact through shared services, mergers, or consolidations. On top of the impact of government funding loss, cuts in access barriers to public benefits such as SNAP and Medicaid will increase the demand for nonprofit services. Other funding sources are also increasingly competitive. As nonprofits serving Vermont face increasing resource constraints and uncertainty, we must take immediate steps to protect essential services as well as sustain this vital sector that employs 1 in 5 Vermont workers and is an economic driver for the state. Common Good continues to work collaboratively on several initiatives to support nonprofits, including educational programming, convening leaders, sharing timely information, and providing technical assistance. State and private resources will be necessary to sustain these initiatives in support of the sector. The Treasurer's Task Force on the Federal Transition's final report offers 2 recommendations that would align and bolster Common Good's current work, including supporting association convening work and creating a nonprofit task force. While the state may not be able to fill all funding gaps resulting from federal funding cuts, maintaining essential nonprofit services must be prioritized in decision-making and appropriations, and we must start this work now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And with the last word, Amy Rose.
Good evening. My name is Amy Rose, and I am the Policy Director for Voices for Vermont's Children. Thank you for this opportunity. Voices for Vermont's Children is concerned that our systems of last resort are mandated to fulfill their mission, while prevention programs remain dependent on available funding. Children can be removed from their family for abuse or neglect, but the services necessary to strengthen and preserve the family unit are less available. This not only creates trauma, it is also costly and an ineffective use of public funds. Vermonters already experiencing poverty are noticing the safety net beginning to retract. Some of the themes we've heard from the community include housing vouchers are frozen and unavailable. There is no wiggle room in the household budget for people receiving reach-out benefits. Federal cuts or barriers to SNAP, LIHEAP, Medicaid, and other programs will have a significant impact on families experiencing poverty. People are designing their work schedules around childcare, appointments with the state, appointments with providers, and food pantry hours. A single mom reported counting and calculating the fuel that it takes to get to summer meal programs. We are asking people to do too much. Sometimes parents have to cut their pay or turn down hours because a little bit of extra income would disrupt their stability. They state that a flexible safety net would allow them to make the best choices for their family and would cost less state dollars. Forcing people to hit bottom before they qualify for support is unhealthy and expensive. People lose their belongings, their housing, and they experience trauma, which is shown to impact family well-being, job stability, educational outcomes, and more. Everyone living in Vermont should be housed, fed, and have access to essential services. You have big questions ahead of you, questions we can answer together with the expertise of those most impacted by the solutions we create. Many have described this moment as a time of chaos. In moments like these, we have the opportunity to recenter, rename the role of government and our collective priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you. And thanks to everyone who testified. I'd appreciate if anyone's follow-up includes the qualitative information is really helpful, and more specific quantitative information would also be helpful. Want to thank the committee for staying here and try to promise to never let us go over like this again, and thank the staff for sticking around after hours as well. I have a motion to
so moved.
Close this up. Okay. Second.